first woman Deputy Chief Minister, a powerful symbol in a state where women have long played vital but often behind the scenes role. From a supportive partner in the shadows to the forefront of power, Sunetra Pawar's journey reflects determination, family, legacy and a commitment to public service. In stepping into this role amid grief, she honors her late husband's vision while breaking new ground for women in Indian politics. Maharashtra and India watches as this new era begins. Let me in fact go across to my colleague Shahid Ansari, who is joining us live from the Vidhan Bhavan for more updates on this situation. शाहिद, वहाँ विधान भवन पे अभी क्या स्थिति है? कुछ ही देर में शपथ ग्रहण सेरेमनी हो सकती है।
जी, विधान भवन से फिलहाल सभी लोग जो है निकल चुके हैं और मैं इस वक्त राजभवन के पास मौजूद हूँ, क्योंकि जो शपथ विधि है वो राजभवन में होगी। एनसीपी के सारे लीडर्स जो है यहाँ आ चुके हैं। खुद सुनेत्रा जो पवार है वो यहाँ आ चुकी हैं। उसके साथ साथ राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, वो सभी लोग जो है यहाँ मौजूद हैं। अभी कुछ ही देर में जो है राजभवन में जो शपथ विधि है वो शुरू हो जाएगी और महज 10 से 15 मिनट का ये प्रोग्राम होगा और उसके बाद राज्य की जो सत्ता की जो बागडोर है उप मुख्यमंत्री का जो होता है उस पर जो है मुकर्रर कर दी जाएंगी। इस दौरान जो है आपको मैं बता दूं कि उनके परिवार के जो परिवार शरद पवार परिवार है, शरद पवार इसमें नहीं रहेंगे। आमतौर पर किसी भी शपथ में सत्ता और विपक्ष दोनों पार्टियों के लोग रहते हैं, लेकिन शरद पवार चूंकि यहाँ नहीं है और इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जो है उनकी तरफ से पहले ये प्रतिक्रिया आ गई थी कि उन्हें तो पता ही नहीं है कि उप मुख्यमंत्री के पद पर जो है या वो दावेदार हैं या तो उनको नियुक्त किया जा रहा है। कुल मिलाकर ये रहा है कि अजीत पवार के देहांत के बाद, दिवंगत अजीत पवार के देहांत के बाद जो है इस पूरे मामले में जो बिना देर किए राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री ने इनके प्रस्ताव को जो है ना सिर्फ पास किया बल्कि उनकी रजामंदी आगे की जो रही है वो भी उन्होंने उसको लेकर भी जो है ये स्वीकार किया। यही वजह है कि जो एनसीपी अजित पवार ग्रुप के लोग हैं वो सारे लीडर जो है इसमें सर्वसहमति से उन्होंने जो है अजीत पवार की जो है दिवंगत अजीत पवार की जो पत्नी है सुनेत्रा पवार, उनको जो है नियुक्त करने का पहले फैसला किया। पहले ये सारी बातचीत हो चुकी थी। उसके बाद छगन भुजबल समेत जो है कई लोग इसको लेकर राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री से भी मुलाकात किए। आज 2 बजे के आसपास जो है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर जो है बैठक हुई और वो सारी प्रक्रिया पूरी की गई। विधायक दल के नेता के तौर पर जो है उनको चुना गया। चूंकि एनसीपी ने पहले ही स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि राज्य के जो है उप मुख्यमंत्री के बागडोर उसी के हाथ में होगी जो विधायक दल के नेता हो, तो इनडायरेक्टली यही रहा कि अजीत पवार नहीं है, लेकिन विधायक दल की नेता पहले अजीत पवार की पत्नी को बनाया गया। फिर उसके बाद जो है उनको उस ओहदे पर जो है मुकर्रर करने का जो है प्रस्ताव और प्रक्रिया वो पूरी की गई। यही वजह है कि विधान भवन से निकलने के बाद सभी लोग, सारे लीडर्स जो है राजभवन आए और उसके बाद यहाँ वो सारी प्रक्रिया शुरू हो रही है। जी
बिल्कुल, शायद हमारे साथ बने रहे। इनफैक्ट वी हैव दोज लाइव विजुअल्स कमिंग इन फ्रॉम द राज भवन वेयर सुनेत्रा पवार हैज इन फैक्ट टेकन टू द स्टेज। लेट्स कट अक्रॉस।
मी सुनेत्रा अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा करते की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारताच्या संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन। मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन। मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याची उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व ससद्विवेक बुद्धीने पार पाडेन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी गांभीर्यपणे व निपक्षपातीपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषयी ममत्वभाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय वागणूक देईन। मी सुनेत्रा अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा करते की महाराष्ट्र राज्याची उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब अशी उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे वा अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही।
All right, so there you have it, those historic visuals coming in from the Raj Bhavan in Mumbai. We have Sunetra Pawar. She has taken oath as Maharashtra's first women deputy chief minister. We have Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis also present, apart from Maharashtra governor over there. The oath-taking ceremony finally complete now. Let me in fact go across to my colleague Shahid Ansari, who is live from the Raj Bhavan right now. Shahid, oath-taking ceremony अब समाप्त होने के कगार पे है. सुनीत्रा पवार ने ओथ ले लिया है और जो पूरा फॉर्मल प्रोसीजर था वो अब कंप्लीट हो चुका है. All right. In fact, let me introduce the panelists who are joining us on this discussion today. Kalyani Shankar, political commentator and senior journalist, Advocate Chandni Preeti Shah, political analyst, and Rajalakshmi Joshi, political analyst. Thank you all for joining us on the broadcast for this discussion. Let me in fact first go across to Kalyani Shankar ma'am for this historic moment that has come to pass in Maharashtra's politics, ma'am.
You're asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. I think it is a historic moment for Maharashtra at this point of time, though they had a president of India from Maharashtra. So, but this is just within the chief ministers, ministers and others. So this is the first time a woman has become the deputy chief minister of Maharashtra. It doesn't mean that Maharashtrians do not, respect the women. I used to live in Nagpur. I could go anywhere in the middle of the night also, no problem about law and order, all that. So women are respected, but then it takes long time for them to come to the power. And there are few political families, and then they occupy all the positions. So this is one of those. This is a dynasty. It's one of those. And you can't say that Sunetra had no experience in politics, because she has been at the table all the time, and she's watched a lot of political events from behind the scenes, and she must have learned a lot from Ajit Pawar also. And so this is a very, very, very crucial moment, I would say, and it's very important that she should, whether she becomes successful or not, because in politics one tries to pull down the other, so that there is every need for her to get cooperation. But first of all, she has to get cooperation from Sharad Pawar, who did not attend today's swearing in, because he was not told about her being elected as a deputy chief minister. So she has a lot of work to do in the coming months, and unless she fulfills all those things, then she cannot be a successful deputy chief minister. We have to wait and see how she manages all these things and take it from there.
Absolutely. In fact, let me also rope in Advocate Chandni Preeti Shah into this discussion. Ma'am, how are you looking at this new development? Obviously, ma'am has raised some very pertinent points. For example, Sharad Pawar not being present for this oath-taking ceremony because he has reportedly said that he was not informed of this decision. There were also talks of a merger of both the NCP faction on the cards. So, looking at those scenarios, her stepping into these massive shoes that have been left behind by Ajit Dada Pawar, ma'am.
So Shivani, yes, it is a historic moment today. Sadly, Ajit Dada Pawar is not between us. But then, in your show itself, day before yesterday, I did say that there are chances that Sunetra Pawar ji might step into his shoes and become the deputy CM of Maharashtra, and it is a moment of pride as well, that she is the first lady deputy CM that Maharashtra will get. Now, apart from that, it's not like Sunetra Pawar does not have any kind of political experience. She is a sitting Rajya Sabha member. She fought Supriya Suleji in Lok Sabha elections 2024. She lost. That's another ball game altogether. But today she has been unanimously selected to be the deputy CM after the sad demise of Ajit Pawar Dada, and with senior leader Chhagan Bhujbal himself vouching for her and naming her, and everybody has supported this decision. So I think this just does not show how committed the party is. It also shows that this party is not greedy for the power. There is no scrum between the party members, and everybody has a unanimous voice. Coming to Sunetra Pawarji, she has a very stable performance experience. She has an administrative maturity. This actually qualifies for what responsibility she has been given right now. Just like Ajit Dada, she will bring, a calm, composed, consensus-driven approach to the governance of Maharashtra. She is also, the chairperson of Baramati Textile Company, and she's also the CEO of Environmental Forum of India. So her overall experience plus her grassroots work that she has done with Ajit Dada, especially in the constituency of Baramati, this all is going to be very, very helpful for her and for the state of Maharashtra. This is a strong signal that Maharashtra values inclusive leadership and institutional experience. She, her reputation for dignified public conduct, that also sets a positive benchmark for political leadership. So I think this is not just a political appointment. This is a governance decision. It is aimed at stability. It is aimed at balance. It is aimed at effective administration, and it is a leadership which is about capability, which is about credibility, and it's not just rhetoric. Now, coming to Mr. Sharad Pawar, I think it is him knowing or him not knowing about it, his statements. I think this is all secondary thing. The main thing is that Sunetra Pawar will actually take forward the dreams and the legacy of Ajit Dada very well. His dream of merging two parties, the coming of both parties, I think nobody better than Sunetra Pawar can do that right now, given the whole situation. And I think, this swearing in of Sunetra ji today, it strengthens Maharashtra leadership with experience and with balance, with responsibility, after the sudden setback due to the unfortunate departure of Ajit Dada that we saw day before yesterday.
Right. Also, in fact, let me rope in Rajlakshmi Joshi on this. Ma'am, obviously, we are seeing there is internal consensus regarding Sunetra Pawar taking up this post, taking up the reins of the party. There is also, we are seeing that there is this gender milestone that she has crossed. She is the first woman deputy chief minister of Maharashtra. But apart from this, her journey from starting now seems to be very challenging. Because obviously very big shoes to fill. Ajit Dada Pawar had a very direct, fast forward kind of a style of politics that he used to do, grassroots level, meeting people every day. Obviously nobody is commenting on how well she will be able to manage the portfolio. She comes from a very powerful political legacy, but the challenges are huge.
Yes, definitely. Very firstly, I'm happy that Maharashtra gets a woman deputy chief minister, and yes, she definitely has a huge challenge ahead of her, huge shoes to fill. So, but in spite of all of that, and looking at the kind of a disastrous situation that has befallen her, and yet she has stood strongly, though I don't think that she was a part of any kind of negotiation, or there wasn't any need for any negotiation, because the legislative party of the NCP of Ajit Pawar ji, they took a unanimous decision, and I think that it was a smart political move, because there was a lot of pressure from the Sharad Pawar side for them to have a merger. But I think that then there would have been a lot of uncertainty about the political future of especially Sunetra Pawar ji and her sons, and also all the other tall leaders of the NCP that had moved away or broken away from the Sharad Pawar faction. So looking at the circumstances, this was a very brave, bold decision to take. Especially for her to accept this responsibility, to accept this challenge, because especially people from her own family, that is the Sharad Pawar side, they are talking about how the Ajit Pawar ji had spoken about a merger, etc. So this has, I mean, even before she is taking over the reins of the Deputy Chief Minister, already she comes under fire for all these decisions. But then I think she has taken the right decision, because then otherwise there would have been uncertainty. And I'm sure that looking at her political legacy, she also comes from a political background herself, from a political family herself, and also like it was rightly pointed out by my previous speakers, she is a Rajya Sabha member herself. So, and she had contested the Lok Sabha elections, though yes, she was unsuccessful at it, but then yes, she is not new to politics. And she is somebody who has been extremely active, especially on the environmental front. So, she does know, all the nitty-gritties of politics. So even though she may not really be, all that experienced as much as Ajit Pawar ji, but even then, looking at the current situation, I think that she is doing a fabulous job of looking after her own family, and also of the political party, and also of the reins of the post of the Deputy Chief Minister, which, I mean, she has a threefold of a responsibility to look into. So, and it's also a very good thing that they have kept the family and the politics differently. They have kept it separate. So it was very necessary for them to do that, because otherwise there were a few kind of objections that maybe she did not consult with Sharad Pawar ji before taking this decision, which I don't think that she needs to do, because looking at the political situation, when Ajit Pawar himself had broken away from that fold, when he himself was taking decisions independently, there is no need for his party or his wife to be seeking any kind of permission or any kind of consultation from anyone else. So I think that right from the start, this is a bold and a good decision that has been made by Mrs. Sunetra Pawar. And I wish her all the best, and I hope that this will be a strong feminine figure, because you need a lot of female faces also to say maybe put across all the voices of the women. It's not like men can't take care of it, but then when you have a woman at the front, then there are a lot of things that she can make a huge difference to the entire situation. So she does have huge shoes to fill, but I think that she is definitely going to do a good job. And also she does have good stellar leaders like Praful Patel ji and Chhagan Bhujbal ji, who all stood up very strongly behind her to give her entire full support. So I'm sure that she will definitely do a good job, and my very best wishes to her and to everyone in Maharashtra as well.
Right, ma'am. In fact, let me go across to Kalyani Shankar ma'am on certain aspects to her elevation. Ma'am, when we are looking at this post of the Deputy Chief Minister, Sunetra Pawar had to resign from the post of the member of the Rajya Sabha, and now she has 6 months to get elected to the state legislature. How do you see that happening? And also there is this question of portfolios that is doing the rounds. Obviously huge portfolios, very important portfolios held by Ajit Dada Pawar, finance, excise planning, so how, and sports as well. So how are you looking at these panning out in the future?
Well, the first thing you were talking about is her, where will she get elected from? They have the Baramati, from there it's almost the, it is almost, sorry, it's almost their fifth term, because they have always nurtured the constituency, and actually Ajita would not have been able to go through the entire constituency. It's always the wife who nurtures the constituency in many politicians. So she must have done that also. So it would be, moreover, when the chief minister, deputy chief minister is contesting, everybody else concentrates on that place, and they come there and then they campaign. They do all these things, so it just boosts to the deputy chief minister there. So getting elected is not the biggest problem for her, I think. So she'll come through very easily. And then the second thing, you were talking about the finance and other portfolios. I don't know whether she'll get finance at all. We are talking about other portfolios, but not the finance as yet. But then, Devendra Fadnavis should learn a thing or two from Narendra Modi, Prime Minister, because he had given the finance portfolio to Nirmala Sitharaman, the first ever finance minister, woman finance minister of India. So there is nothing wrong in giving her the finance. It doesn't mean that she will not be able to carry it. And anyway, so only the budget she has to do, the rest of the thing it will be done by other people also. But she is new to the ministry, and it might take some time for her to learn things on the ropes of the side. She had not been a minister earlier, that is the only thing now. So she will overcome that. I think she looks quite intelligent enough to run the show. Moreover, she has had a good experience in administration also, and she's running some NGOs, all that. So I don't think that it's going to be a big problem for her. But at the same time, she must guard against the enemies coming up, and then enemies will come anyway to anybody, moreover to a woman. So she must guard against and then take everybody around. That's the only way she could become a successful deputy chief minister. I wish her all success, and I hope she'll do well.
Absolutely. In fact, Advocate Chandni Preeti Shah, do you also believe that there will be an initial hand-holding phase now that she has been elected as the deputy chief minister?
I think I wouldn't say a hand-holding phase. Yes, she will be guided by the senior leaders of the party, of course. Because right now, yes, she has taken up the reins in her hand and all, but there is an emotional turmoil that she's been, she will be going through, and she would need that moral and emotional support from the party members as well. And I think the way she has been selected and elected unanimously, I think that is given that she will be whatever support she needs, whether it is making some decisions or taking any kind of decision which needs the inputs of the party members. I think she will be given that without any doubts. Apart from that, I guess yes, she has to be elected as the MLA or MLC within the next 6 months. And but the portfolios, I think it has always been the prerogative of the chief minister. But I think she will be allocated the portfolios which were given, which were with Ajit Dada. I think because she has been selected to step into his shoes, to be, to take the responsibilities that Ajit Dada had been taking. So I think, she will be given all those responsibilities, and Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis ji and Deputy CM Eknath Shinde ji, along with the Council of Minister, will help her and will guide her whenever and wherever necessary.
Absolutely. Raj Lakshmi Joshi, I want to understand your opinion as well on the portfolios, because there are a lot of talks doing around that Sunetra Pawar may only get the sports and the excise portfolios, and Devendra Fadnavis might keep finance with himself. Do you think how important is keeping these three portfolios with the NCP, because this is a triple engine government that we are talking about? They would not want to lose an important portfolio like the finance going over to the BJP, right?
Shivani, I think it's a little too early to speculate about all these things, but the reason I think that the swearing in has happened today, or that they moved in quickly to take over the position of the Deputy Chief Minister, is because they needed the NCP of the Ajit Pawar faction. They needed to show or to display to their own karyakartas that the leadership is strong, and that the party is stable, and that everything is under control. Otherwise, you can see that in the current political situation, it was very easy for them to maybe get swayed over by the strong figure of Mr. Sharad Pawar. So I think that what they did is they first tried to make sure, ensure that the entire party is under control of one leader, that is the name of Mrs. Sunetra Pawar. And I think that all the other formalities will follow. So this thing, what you're rightly saying is that it's a very crucial portfolio. So I'm sure that the BJP and the NCP, they will iron out all these whatever issues are there, whatever differences of opinions they may have, and whatever will be in the best interests of the people of Maharashtra and of the country, that those decisions will be taken. And so from the point of the NCP, I understand that this is a lot of people were shocked that this has been hardly any time since the passing away of Ajit Pawar ji, and this swearing in is happening today. But this was very much necessary for her personally also to take control of the situation, because very frankly, it was not as if Mr. Sharad Pawar was looking into the interests of either Ajit Pawar or any of his family.
Right.
So from her point of view personally, this was a very crucial decision, and from the position of the political party also, they have come out from under the shadows of Mr. Sharad Pawar. So
absolutely.
Then going back into getting dominated by him and then losing their own position, that will be a very huge risk for them. Some time for these portfolios to be finalized, but I think that this is a quick decision that was crucial.
Absolutely.
And necessary.
I think what matters is this is a very historic day today, and we wish Sunetra Pawar all the best. But thank you, Kalyani Shankar, Advocate Chandni Preeti Shah and Raj Lakshmi Joshi for joining us on the broadcast to discuss this.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला,
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. India's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the Union Budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year on February the 1st, which is a Sunday. This will be the 9th consecutive budget to be presented by Sitharaman plus one interim budget. Meanwhile, my colleague Ajay Jandyal has spoken to passengers from Katra on the Vande Bharat Express regarding the budget. Let's in fact listen in to that interaction.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is going to table 7th budget in the parliament tomorrow, and how people of country is expecting. We are going to show you from Katra to Vande Bharat. Yes, Vande Bharat is in news for last several years, after it was started in many of the states between from Delhi to rest of the country and from Katra to Srinagar. And we are traveling in Vande Bharat, and definitely we are going to speak to the people over here. First, I will show you the visuals of Srinagar. You can see that how the snow have covered almost every part of Kashmir, and this is a reason that people from across the country, they are coming to Kashmir and enjoying their holidays over here. And wherever we see, you can see that how tourists, they are coming and they are enjoying this season snowfall over here in the Jammu and Kashmir. And if you talk about the Vande Bharat, yes, you can see that this train is also full, which was started by the railway here in Jammu, between Katra and Srinagar. Now we'll try to speak to the people that what they are expecting during this annual budget by the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and we have with us some people over here. सर, क्या अपेक्षा है इस बार के बजट में आपकी?
अपेक्षा तो सर कभी खत्म ही नहीं होती है। हाउस होल्ड आइटम चाहता है कि मेरा गैस कम हो जाए, सब्सिडियां पे मुझे मिल जाए। लेकिन मैं एक अहम बात करना चाहूँगा कि डिफेंस का बजट बढ़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी हम जिस दौर से गुजरे हैं ऐसे 6 महीने पहले, उसमें हमें वो बजट दिखा कि हमें बजट को बढ़ाना चाहिए। डिफेंस मिनिस्टर का डिफेंस का बजट बढ़ना चाहिए।
आपका क्या लगता है, आम लोगों की राय क्या है? आम लोग क्या चाहते हैं? जैसे आपने कश्मीर की खूबसूरती को देखा, लगता है लोगों की अपेक्षा है कि ना सिर्फ बल्कि कश्मीर खूबसूरत है, बजट भी खूबसूरत होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए जी, जैसा कश्मीर खूबसूरत है बजट भी अच्छा होना चाहिए। आम लोगों को सहूलियत मिलनी चाहिए, और जिस तरीके से दाम बढ़ रहे हैं हर एक चीज़ के, तो अकॉर्डिंगली जो मिडिल क्लास फैमिली है अफोर्ड कर सके उस बजट्स को।
We'll try to speak to some other people over here, those who are traveling in this Vande Bharat and enjoying their journey as well, that what they are expecting from Nirmala Sitharaman from tomorrow. I will speak to people over here. लगता है कल क्या अपेक्षा है आम नागरिक की, खासतौर पे जो कल बजट पेश होने वाला है?
तो दरअसल अपेक्षा तो जैसे हर साल बजट आता है तो हर बार मतलब जो हमारी सरकार है कुछ बेहतर ही लोगों के लिए सोचती है और अच्छा ही बजट देते हैं। तो इस बार मेरा जो राय है तो वो है कि बजट थोड़ा टूरिज्म पे थोड़ा ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए, कि जो कि जैसे कि मैं देख पा रहा हूँ, जैसे मेरी फैमिली वाले भी हैं और तमाम लोग हैं वो नहीं जाते कहीं घूमने फिरने, उन्हें नहीं है ज़्यादा, तो इसीलिए वो टूरिज्म पे थोड़ा बजट ज़्यादा करेंगे, प्रोत्साहित करेंगे उस हिसाब से लोग बाग, तो कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर हो जाए। जिस तरीके से जैसे कश्मीर का अभी वंदे भारत जब से चालू हुई है तो तब से कनेक्टिविटी काफ़ी बेहतर हो गई है। और
टिकट्स मिल गई थी? हाँ,
टिकट्स मिल गई थी। तो लेकिन ये है कि वो भी 2 महीने किए थे हम लोगों ने, 2 महीने पहले किए थे। रास्ता जो कि 12 घंटे का होता था वो 3 घंटे में हो गया, और जो माइटी जो चिनार ब्रिज है तो जिसके वजह से काफ़ी बेहतर एक्सपीरियंस रहा है।
आपको क्या लगता है?
जैसे उन्होंने भी बोला डिफेंस में, पहली बात तो डिफेंस में बढ़ना चाहिए, और मेरे ख्याल से एग्रीकल्चर में, क्योंकि किसानों को भी काफ़ी वो फेस करना पड़ता है, अभी फसल ख़राब हो जाती है उन लोगों की। और एजुकेशन में भी काफ़ी होना चाहिए। बच्चों को आजकल क्या है, जो मिडिल क्लास आदमी है वो फोर्स कर रहे हैं कि मतलब उनको प्राइवेट स्कूल में ही पढ़ाना पड़ रहा है बच्चों को, तो ये बहुत बड़ा इशू हो रहा है कि एजुकेशन बहुत एक्सपेंसिव हो गया है, एक आम नागरिक उसको अफोर्ड नहीं कर पा रहा। तो आई थिंक एजुकेशन में काफ़ी होना चाहिए।
महंगाई एक बड़ा कंसर्न है,
बहुत ज़्यादा कर है। जो गोल्ड आज गोल्ड देखिए आप 160 हो गया है, जो आज से मतलब 1 या 2 साल पहले जो हम 70 या 80 में खरीदते थे वो आज 160 हो गया। तो आप
मैडम ज्यादा बेटर बता सकती हैं। मैम
गोल्ड के रिगार्डिंग आपको पूछना है तो ये शख्स है, ये शख्स आपको बहुत बेहतरीन बता सकता है।
क्या लगता है जी,
जैसे कि ये लोग बता रहे हैं ना, मेरे पास यार 1 साल पहले 72,000 रुपए थे, तो मैंने सोचा था कि 72,000 में 10 ग्राम सोना आ जाएगा। कुछ महीने बाद मैंने सोचा 92 हो गया तो मैं 92 में लूंगा। एकदम गोल्ड इतना महंगा हो गया जैसे 1,30,000 हो गया था। आपने देखा धनतेरस के दिन, तो उस दिन गए, सोचा ले सोच आज तक मैं सोच ही रहा हूँ गोल्ड 1,70,000 टच हो गया है। अब ना मैं ले पाऊंगा ना।
डर भी लग रहा होगा कि कहीं नीचे आ गया। तो
जैसे कि मैं सोचूं अभी ले लूं और कल ही के दिन रात में
जैसे न्यूज चल रही है कि कम होगा
और 20,000 टूट जाए तो 20,000 कहाँ से लाएंगे।
मैम आपको क्या लगता है गोल्ड को लेकर या बजट को लेकर क्या उम्मीदें हैं, महिलाओं की क्या उम्मीदें हैं?
बताओ। महिला तो शर्मा रही हैं क्योंकि वो ले ही नहीं पा रही हैं। उनको अगर शॉप पे ले जाए तो पहले सोचती है कि ले कि नहीं लूं, उनको पैसे नहीं देने।
तो क्या लगता है इस बार बजट में, मैम आप एक महिला होने के नाते क्या लगता है बजट में क्या होना चाहिए? जी,
बजट तो कम ही होना चाहिए,
महंगाई कम होनी चाहिए।
महंगाई कम होनी चाहिए, जैसे कि उन्होंने कहा गोल्ड बढ़ गया तो गोल्ड कम ही होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम जो लड़की होती है उनको क्या है गोल्ड ज्यादा पसंद होता है, तो फिर इसलिए हम लोग को क्या है कम मिल रहा है, पहले ज्यादा मिलता था।
While speaking with the passengers traveling from Srinagar to Katra, we have now entered inside a tunnel because there are number of tunnels as well, and you have heard the voices of the people. They clearly says that some certain steps are required which basically control the inflation and which also help the people to get whether it was a railway ticket or something which is basically as a facility to the people of the country. So definitely people have expectation. So how this budget is going to fulfill the expectation of people, that has to be seen. Ajay Jandial, NewsX.
Welcome back. I'm Budar Pratap Singh. You're joining us on NewsX. Our big focus this hour, the deadline that Pakistan put on itself to decide on the T20 World Cup has lapsed today. On expected lines, Pakistan is unlikely to boycott the World Cup. Why? Because that was never the intention. Pakistan first instigated BCB chairman to leave the World Cup and stirring an imaginary row about security threats in India. Then Shehbaz Sharif held a meeting with Mohsin Naqvi and the two said they would make a decision on the World Cup by 30th January. Then immediately the squad for the T20 World Cup was announced. That pretentious meetings and discussions were held to further stir this pot, but the buff was called by the ICC clearly. Joining us live, Shekhar Vijayan, sports commentator. Suneri Ashkalra, cricket scholar, joins us live. Pathikrit Pine, foreign affairs expert, is live with us. Taus Rizvi, sports journalist, is also joining us on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Shekhar Vijayan. Do you believe Pakistan's bluff has been called out through this entire episode?
Uday, thank you for having me over. Uday, we have seen Pakistan doing, all kinds of things, but this is extremely ridiculous, extremely childish, and extremely immature from a nation which plays cricket. The entire objective of this activity is to, I think, throw India under the bus. But what's really happened is Pakistan has ended up throwing themselves under a lorry. The credibility is at an all-time low, and this entire thing of them deciding whether they should play the World Cup or not is not just based on the cricketers. I think it's based on the fact that they might have to pay a fine. And in Pakistan, obviously, they're obviously short of funds, they're obviously short of money. And that's where it's really going to hit them hard. In terms of...
I think we've lost Shekhar Vijayan there, unfortunately. Sunil Ashkalra, come in here on this decision. Do you believe it's final now that Pakistan will be playing the World Cup?
Well, if I were to talk about it, thank you, Uday, for having me on the show. I think it's a very laughable thing that Pakistan actually started together with Bangladesh. They scampered together for a run, and invariably, as Pakistan does it, they turned back and got Bangladesh out. I think it's a very sad day, but the bluff was caught, and I'm glad that it happened at the World Cup, at the world stage. Remember, nobody supported them. If they had support, if the case was genuine, Australia, England, New Zealand, South Africa, the big four would have supported them. But this is not the case, and this could not be the case. So, sad end, but what to do? A test playing country for the ICC has run another full member of ICC out. It's a new precedent in the history of cricket. Uday?
Pathikrit Pine, was this Pakistan's strategy all along, you believe? That they were bluffing everyone? They weren't going to do it in the first place. They were not going to boycott. Everyone actually said, if you have the guts, do boycott. But what happens? Pakistan chickened out.
Well, absolutely.
If they had to boycott, they wouldn't have booked the tickets for Colombo, which they have already booked for the Pakistan team. They have already unveiled their jersey. They are preparing for it, so it's very unlikely that they have any intention of boycotting. I think they only wanted to keep the suspense for the sake of creating what they believe would be pressure on India, which unlikely is going to happen. It's like Hindi mein wo kahawat hai na, matlab chane ke jhaad pe charana. So they actually made the same thing with Bangladesh. They forced Bangladesh to take the stand. They actually thought that everybody will be there to support Bangladesh, but it didn't happen. And I think that the Bangladeshi media and the press is hoping desperately that somehow Pakistan also boycotts. But I think a large section of the Bangladeshis do realize that there is no incentive for Pakistan to boycott it. I mean, if you boycott, see, ultimately the players play it for the World Cup. There's no question of them boycotting. And even if they have to boycott the India match, well, I think that itself would have a lot of compensation and penalty they have to give. And that will be also construed, if they boycott that particular match against India, that will be construed as chickening out. As if you look at the history of ICC tournaments, where the track record of Pakistan against Indian matches is abysmal. So I think all in all, Pakistan could have avoided this entire embarrassment. Look, it's not that India is a hegemony in ICC. It is not so. If India is considered a power, it's because there is a huge, audience in India. That makes a difference. And secondly, it is not just in cricket. There are many other sectors or games where India has done exceedingly well in the last few years. India won more than 100 medals in the Asian Games recently. There is no, ICC run by, an Indian over there. And last but not the least, if India is a power to reckon with, it's because successive 2 ICC tournaments they have won. So to presume that India is ruling the roost, it's certainly not so. If every match that India wins, it's out of hard work. And if they think that this threats of boycott would have any difference, I don't think. There are other teams which deserve a chance. If the Pakistanis think that they would boycott, well, Uganda is there to replace them. And I'm sure Uganda would be a great competitive team, as has been mentioned by many retired players. So I don't think Pakistan will do the same, because this is the only one sports where Pakistan is still considered competitive. And I think as a cricketing nation, they must play. Whether they win or lose, that's another issue. But I think these things they could have avoided. Last time they ran away with the Asian Cup trophy. As if that was not enough, Mohsin Naqvi thought he will do something more. But if they had to boycott, they would have announced by now. You don't boycott by booking tickets, by unveiling the jersey. Back to you. Back to you there. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think we're having some connection issues with him. Let me go back to you, Shekhar Vijayan. If you're back with us, Shekhar, on, of course, this entire episode, was it, a threat which wasn't really a threat in the first place? Do you believe the fines is what spooked Pakistan? the tough talking by the ICC and the broadcasters and the sponsors, what really led them to rework their mind if they were planning a boycott at all? Shekhar, are you there with us? Okay, I'm afraid we've lost Shekhar also there, unfortunately. Pathikrit, let me draw you back in here. Pathikrit Pine, on of course this entire episode, what should Bangladesh learn from this?
I don't think Bangladesh learns anything from anything. So, they should go through this phase to realize that the world doesn't run as per their whims. It's kind of strange that they decided to boycott the World Cup in India, citing security reasons, and at the same time they have sent the shooting team to India for, competing in a tournament. So it's kind of strange that if there are security threats, why is it that they don't consider any similar threat to the Bangladeshi shooting team? And secondly, if they have to boycott India, they can actually also boycott Indian rice, Indian dal, Indian chili, Indian cotton, Indian electricity. They don't boycott those things. And as it is, let's understand, by Bangladesh, it's a team, we respect that, but it's not a world-class team that their absence will be felt so much. If there is always one team to replace another team. There are 95 countries which play cricket who are associate members of ICC. So if Bangladesh decided to boycott, it's their choice, but now I think a lot of people inside Bangladesh are regretting. They are saying that if they had to boycott, they could have at least gone ahead with cricketing diplomacy. They could have talked to all the countries who are in the voting. They could not convince. So taking shortcuts do not make any difference. I think India is a mature country. If you have an ICC tournament, all the adequate securities would have been given. But if you're looking for excuse of not joining, then there are invariably consequences that you have to face. And I think Bangladesh is now having second thoughts if it was the right decision or not, because invariably there will be certain actions by ICC which may not help the cricketing future of Bangladesh. Back to you.
Yes, and let me get you in here, Sunil Yashkalra, on that. At the end of the day, was that also something that spooked Pakistan at the kind of ramifications financially that they can ill afford at this juncture where their country is pretty much bankrupt and begging the entire world for money?
Well, you said it right. Pakistan has got not only Bangladesh players, board, fans, but more importantly, media embarrassed, and also in front of the ICC, that they've got a tough lesson. Now, before I answer your question, let me add on to my panelist what he said. The problem is not only of the fans, cricketers, and of the board cutting a sorry figure. Just imagine the visas of the Bangladeshi media is also come under scrutiny, and I think they've been curtailed from a group of 40 odd media. They've cut down to, I think, 2 or 3 very important ones which the board has said, because if your team is not playing, what is the need of media coming there? So they're also exasperating on why this is happening to them and what was their fault, and I think they're here to cover cricket. To answer your question, I think Pakistan has been going on the false bravado for far too long, way too much. In fact, I'm still told that the Asia Cup trophy is lying at Mr. Mohsin Naqvi's friend in Dubai, and it's been kept under lock, which he has the key, because he's not given it since he's the ACC president. That hasn't gone down well with most of the people, and I think the celebrations of Indian players on the field on that day after winning the trophy said it all. Trophy or no trophy, they're still called the champions. But in a larger context of the game, they have really got themselves embarrassed in front of everybody. Over to you, Uday.
Yes, and at the end of the day also, Sunil, do you believe these meetings were all much ado about nothing? Naqvi and Sharif and others in the Cricket Board of Pakistan, the deadline of 30th January, which has lapsed without a single word. Was that all much ado about nothing? Sunil?
Yeah, absolutely. The deadlines and everything, I think it was, as I call it, the false bravado. The Pakistani camp was going in, the Bangladeshi people went in, they thought they will make it like a movement. For a movement, you need at least 60% of the teams rallying around your cause. It's not a big cause of cricket. It is a cause of, I think it's a big cause of an individual person with the ego and his problem. And I think it's been called loud by most of the people in the ICC fraternity. I'm told the video conferences haven't gone down too well with the Pakistan as well as the Bangladeshi contingent. Just imagine a man with no credentials in sports actually is calling the shots for the Bangladesh cricket team. In fact, one of our panelists is on the World Cup. Our NewsX panelist is in the World Cup team as a coach, and he has told me that everybody is laughing at them, and they're finally saying the joke is on Bangladesh and Pakistan in the entire context of the Uday.
Yes, yes, indeed. Let me take that back to Shekhar Vijayan. If we have you finally now on,
Absolutely.
of course, this this entire episode on what fans of cricket should make of it, and the seriousness of the PCB or the lack of it has also emerged through this entire episode, hasn't it?
You know, Uday, it's almost unfolding like those Pakistani dramas of the yesteryears. You know, Pakistan thought they had this great idea where they would, tag along with Bangladesh and try to throw India under the bus. Unfortunately, India is having the last laugh. And I think more than India, this is a World Cup. You're talking about a T20 World Cup where there are so many nations playing, there are so many countries playing. It's not just about India, Sri Lanka or Pakistan, it's about 12 league nations playing. And this is a chance for them to come in and express the talent. But all Pakistan has done from the time this tournament has started, from the time we've been talking about the T20 World Cup, is they've been talking about how they can move out of the World Cup, or how they can, threaten India by saying today we will play, tomorrow we won't play. It's like an odd even strategy, which really does not work. The second thing is they have also got under Bangladesh's skin, because of which now Bangladesh is not playing. Is not playing the tournament. Pakistan may or may not play, depending on the kind of sanctions which may be imposed. And the third thing is they have become a laughing stock across the cricketing world. Nobody's going to trust them. Nobody will want to tour them. And the fact of the matter here is, if this happens at the world stage, every nation is going to be watching them, and they would be, trying to understand how churlish, how underconfident, how childish, and how immature can a nation be. This is a nation which plays cricket. This is a nation which has played cricket for the longest time, like India, and they come up with a strategy like this to throw India under the bus. The main reason being they have an inferiority complex, and they've been hating India since 1947. All this has come out in the open because they want to use cricket not as a medium for playing sports, but for using religion and for using their animosity towards India. And I think it's all coming out in the open. The fact that now they're in a position where they don't know whether they're coming or going. I also want to think about the players. The players are not sure whether they're playing or not. The players are not sure whether they're practiced enough or not. The system, the board is at fault here. There's no leadership here. One can see that. And even the Asia Cup fiasco, where they took the cup and and they made sure that India doesn't carry the cup, was very childish and very churlish. It just goes to show how Pakistan thinks, how Pakistan reacts, and how Pakistan executes. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that India will have the last laugh here. And I think more than India having the last laugh, they've become a laughing stock in front of the entire cricketing world. The credibility is at an all-time low. And along with them, they've brought Bangladesh also down to an all-time low. Bangladesh, the fans have so much of passion. The fans would want to see the players playing. They cannot see the players playing because of the Bangladesh Cricket Board's foolishness, where they believe what Pakistan is doing. Ultimately, what's going to happen is both these teams are not going to may or may not play. Obviously, Bangladesh is not playing. Pakistan, we really never know, depending on how they decide and react. But I think, in a nutshell, if I have to say, it's good riddance to bad rubbish.
Absolutely. And the fact is that many were saying, Pathikrit Pine, that the ICC should have cracked down. They're the ones who should possibly have thrown the team out. They should have called their bluff earlier.
Absolutely, Uday.
Pathikrit.
Absolutely. The ICC has.
Pathikrit, that question is for you. Pathikrit Pine, can you hear me? Okay, we can't hear him. Yes, Shekhar Vijayan coming in. Go ahead, Shekhar.
Yeah, see, the ICC has a very important role to play with it. ICC, like they say, with great power comes great responsibility. ICC's role is not just to manage the financial muscle of the cricketing World Cup, but it's also about, managing this. Somehow the ICC was very quiet, very dormant for a long time.
And it's only thanks to, media channels like you, which have actually spoken about this and broadcasted it out there. Otherwise, the ICC was playing a very dominant role, and they should have allowed matters to come to such a moment where we are talking about it right now. Right? This should have been nipped in the bud a long time back, knowing how Pakistan is, knowing how Bangladesh is, and knowing what they were really up to. Because at the beginning, from the beginning itself, it was never about the game of cricket. It was never about sports. It was always about religion. It was always about throwing India under the bus. It was always about showing India in poor light in the World Cup. And I think they thought they had a golden opportunity. World Cup is being played in India and Sri Lanka. You've got so many venues here. You've got venues in Sri Lanka. Why not, create a situation where India is not a safe country to play, and the whole world comes to know about it. The timing was just right, but unfortunately, we saw through it. And I think the fact that we're talking about it, the fact that we're discussing about it, I think ICC should have smelled the coffee a long time back. They didn't see through it, which is very surprising, or they saw through it and they didn't do anything about it till the pressure has come to their doorstep.
Yes, indeed. Okay, let me take that to you, Tos Rizvi, as well now. If you're there finally with us now, Tos, on the trigger, the planted trigger by Pakistan, was it a complete sham from day one? And what lessons should the Bangladesh Cricket Board learn from all of this?
Yeah, actually, it's sad. It's sad. I feel sad for Bangladesh cricket. They have fallen into the trap of Pakistan's politics, cricket politics, which they have been using for a long time. I mean, look at Bangladesh. I mean, this is the first instance that they might have done something like this. I mean, otherwise, Bangladesh has never been an authority, whether on field or off the field. They were never considered much. But this was an opportunity again, not to fall into the trap of Pakistan. Pakistan has been a culprit for a long time. They've been playing politics, whether it's cricket, off the field, on field, international politics. I mean, but this was unfortunate. Bangladesh has lost big time, whether you talk about the revenues, whether you talk about the mileage that they would have got at least. I mean, they should have considered playing in India. While Pakistan is a habitual, team that has been, or maybe the board that, creates nuisance and then at the end goes on to participate. And again, they'll be doing it. I mean, they'll be playing this particular World Cup. They'll play against India. They'll take all the money home, and at the end they will be happy. Their players will be happy. The board will be happy. But it's a big loss for Bangladesh. They should have understood. I mean, you're talking about the ICC. ICC, in the end, I mean, they can't do much. I mean, they can see exactly what's around. They cannot comment.
Welcome to this special edition of Budget Expectations 101. Today we turn the spotlight on a critical but often overlooked area of India's development story: rural mobility. For years, successive budgets have focused heavily on building rural roads. Schemes like the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana have connected lakhs of villages across the country. But experts say that roads without transport do not deliver real mobility. Despite a near doubling of rural road length over the last decade, the availability of affordable public transport in rural India still requires work. As a result, rural households are being forced to spend more on travel. Data shows that conveyance costs have more than doubled as a share of rural household expenditure, putting pressure on low-income families, women, the elderly and students. Now, experts expect Union Budget 2026 to shift its focus from just building roads to funding actual transport services on those roads. The rural mobility sector is seeking a major scale-up of the Ajivika Gramin Express Yojana, currently the only centrally funded scheme dedicated to rural transport services. Industry and policy think tanks want Budget 2026 to transform from a small sub-scheme into a nationwide rural mobility mission, with multi-year funding on the scale of other flagship infrastructure programs. Now, the sector is calling for dedicated budgetary support for shared and demand responsive transport, including minibuses, vans and rural shuttle services that connect villages to markets, schools, hospitals and transport hubs. Experts say that Budget 2026 must also address the regulatory gap by incentivizing states to simplify permit norms and enable formal legal shared mobility in rural areas. There is a strong push for targeted funding to promote women-led transport enterprises, building on the success of self-help group operators under the DAY NRLM. Now, the rural transport sector is also seeking capital support and interest subventions to lower the cost of vehicle ownership and operations, making rural transport services financially viable and affordable. Policy experts want Budget 2026 to recognize rural mobility not as a welfare expense but as a productive economic investment that enables employment, market access and social inclusion. The message from the sector is clear. India has built the roads. Now the budget must invest in movement, access and opportunity for rural India. Let's in fact open up this discussion with panelists who are joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Uday Narang, founder and chairman, Omega Psyche Mobility; Yogendra Kapoor, economist; and Tutu Dhawan, auto analyst. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast to discuss this very important piece just before the Union Budget 2026. If I can go across first to Dr. Uday Narang regarding this entire scenario that is in front of us. How are you looking at this rural mobility sector, sir, and what all are the expectations from Budget 2026?
First of all, really, it's an important day tomorrow as we bring India to become the third largest economy in the world in the very near future. Mobility is one of the most important parts of a country's economy, and what's most important is India and development in tier 2, 3, 4 cities in rural India. The more the mobility, more what we can see, transportations from our farms, transportation from our farms to cities, transportation of people, mobility, that will help in building a very, very strong economic backbone for this country. It is not only about tier 1 cities, it's rural India where the real work is being done. And I think this is where it's important. I am expecting, I'm hoping that the budget puts this in the front. The Indian automobile sector is at an inflection point as we see right now. And obviously the strong domestic demand, improving exports, and a structural transaction is underway. What I do want is a real move towards, in terms of electrification, charging infra. There should be a major move towards setting up charging infrastructure in the rural part of the country. Also, we need to make sure that EV adoption is rising, and we need to make sure that there are real manufacturing facilities being set up, not just in the tier 1 cities, but as we move towards the rural side. I also want to see from the budget a movement towards where GST is reduced from 18% to 5%, and much more towards making more and more rural improvement in terms of financing of vehicles, in terms of providing credit to farmers and others to be able to get more and more mobility in this budget.
Absolutely. In fact, let me also rope in Mr. Yogendra Kapoor on this. Sir, we just have, inputs and reports regarding how much expense has in fact, increased for the rural population, especially the elderly, the students, the women, because of lack of transport services. Do you think that in this budget now the government should focus more on developing these services, on rural mobility more?
Absolutely. You see, I think this budget should primarily focus into ways in which more money can be brought into the hands of the people. Now, you see, there are two ways. One is, of course, that you create innovative schemes where people tend to generate more of your income. The other way is that you create an ecosystem and an environment by giving tax incentives that it reduces the cost for the people, and they end up into more of savings in their hands. Now, the point is that we see that there is a reducing gap in terms of consumption when we look at the goods and services with respect to the urban and the rural position as such. And it's very important that in case you want to reach down the line in the rural sector, then the mobility factor is a very important factor, because ultimately it creates and ends up into either a higher increased cost for the rural people who are living therein, or if a mechanism is built that I would say the system gets created in such a way that it ends up into increased saving in their hands. So I think the focus of the government should be that they need to encourage the small and medium enterprise sector so that they tend to invest more in this sector. And that is only possible that if you provide them with a framework, that you give them tax incentives so that they get encouraged to make investment into this sector. And once they do so, we will see that the effect of it will come down the line, and it will help in the rural sector as such altogether.
Absolutely. Let me also rope in Mr. Dhawan on this. So, how important do you think will be the implementation of last mile connectivity, because that seems to be the missing link that is prevalent over here in our rural scenario, and how critical are these mini bus services or rural shuttles if the government starts, because these are demand responsive services.
You see, unfortunately, the government has put a lot of focus on what you can call it, metros and buses and EVs and so on. But the fact is, the last mile connectivity has got the least of importance, or nobody wants to even look at that aspect. With the result, it is totally haphazard. Now, with all these EVs and small three-wheelers that has come, and people from the villages and towns coming here into the cities, into metros, with no discipline of traffic, and also, of course, the culture that they have in the villages, that's the culture they want to bring into the town. With the result, you have so much of chaos and accidents that even the last mile connectivity today is not a 100% solution, for a common person. And one is always on the edge that once you step into it, I hope we reach our destination without any episode. So the government has to look into this last mile connectivity and get it organized. That is more important now. And of course, they are trying to organize the transportation system by getting in multiple buses, EVs, and metros and so on and so forth. The metro network itself has become very large, especially in a place like Delhi and other metros, big cities. So they are obviously, trying to put the best foot forward. But the thing that is now lacking is the last mile connectivity, and of course the chaos that it gets created in the metro stations and under the metro stations while the passengers are coming in and out.
Absolutely. Dr. Narang, how important do you think is it for the government to look at rural mobility not just as a welfare scheme but as an investment option, because we are looking at jobs creation, we are looking at mobility of women as well?
You're absolutely right. This is extremely important. First of all, 48% of population is the Nari Shakti, and I think you're absolutely right. It's not just about men, but also women in the mobility sector. I think you're absolutely right. We do not want to just build, support. We need to actually make sure that mobility helps in a long-term business, or it works in employment, or it gives them income. And I think this kind of processes. But I'll also tell you this, in my view, it cannot just be a government, it has to be a public-private partnership. There has to be movement, whether it's in Bihar or Uttar Pradesh or rural Tamil Nadu or rural Karnataka. I mean, we've got to make sure that these models, these mobility models, these businesses, these employment opportunities are able to bring a long-term financial sustainable business. Then only can we have long-term growth. If you look, and I'm not a fan of China, but if you look at China, look at the infrastructure, look at the mobility, look at the way things have been done in not just the bigger cities, but in rural areas. And I think if we want to improve the standard of living or the per capita, see, I don't want to just have, be the third largest economy in the world and have a few, people at the top. We've got to be able to lift. And I think with mobility will come healthcare, will come education. And I think this is something that to me is a 10, 15-year plan. We need to work on it every year. And we've got to be able to make sure that rural India, women, and transportation and logistics. Think about how much waste that is happening, how much in terms of grains or losses that are happening because lack of mobility from the farm to the end of the table. So I think this is something that I believe has to be taken, not just at the central level, but also at the state level. And I think the government has to be able to set up a very clear plan for a very long-term future.
Right. So when you speak about, the state level, what changes do you think should come in? Because, there's a talk of permits, the lack of permits, the regulations that are in place, which are very stringent. Do you think there has to be a more symbiotic relationship between the center and the state regarding rural mobility?
Ma'am, you're absolutely right. I mean, this has to be a coordinated effort. And I think, please understand, we have an opportunity. India has an opportunity to be, and in the new world order with what's happening between the United States and other parts of the world, it has given us an opportunity. So you're absolutely right. The central government cannot just do it. It has to be a coordination between state level and central level and municipalities. So this has to be a combined, but I also think not only just central and state, but public and private partnerships have to be part of it. And I think the agenda has to be where we are all aligned, where we do not have too many bureaucratic, one of the things that's happening is there are so many bureaucratic hurdles. So everybody has to be aligned. We've got to actually put India first and then talk about our own political or agendas. So I think the state involvement and at the state, the local municipalities, the smaller, it has to be from the top to the bottom if this is going to work. And I'll tell you, we all have to be part of this journey. And it's an extremely important agenda. Absolutely.
In fact, let me rope in Mr. Kapoor on the economics of the whole thing. So it's very, it's very costly to operate services in the rural areas, and if we are looking at more transport based services by the central or the state government, it will incur more costs.
You see, I think we need to understand that at the end of the day, it is that what is relevant is finding solutions to the problems. You see, when the Prime Minister says that the government has no business to remain in business, then it has to get translated from, the words into action. And as Dr. Uday rightly said, that the way forward is a public-private partnership model, because therein, it can be worked in this manner that the ownership remains with the government, but the day-to-day operational part, as such, it can be always delegated to the private sector. And because once you bring in private sector, we can all depend on the hallmark of efficiency in services, which is very pertinent and relevant. So I think if India has to move forward, then it's very important that the benefit of these measures need to go down the line. And it's very important that also that if you want to bring in private sector, you have to offer them tax incentives to make investment in this sector. So I think the role of the government remains central at the end of the day, that they need to create a framework where it becomes a win-win situation, and the private sector also feels that they need to be a part of the growth story of the nation.
Right. So, just a related question to that, sir. Do you believe that then there should be more capital subsidies given for vehicle, the vehicle operations that are there, or more interest subventions that are given for vehicle ownership in the rural transport areas?
Absolutely. You see, what we are looking at is a situation that when it comes to a large corporates or so, they are not ready to invest in this sector. Then it comes down to a situation that small and medium enterprises, they face the problem of credit. And for that, it's very important that the government needs to, government as well as the banks, they need to work on two fronts. Government can help out in giving the subsidies as well as the tax incentives. The banks, they can provide the credit, because then only it has to make a business sense at the end of the day for the private sector. So in case you are looking for a win-win situation, then it has to be a kind of a mechanism where the government as well as the private sector, they both feel the need to create value as such, and then we will see the results on the ground.
Absolutely. Mr. Dhawan, we've got the economics, we're talking about the economics, we're talking about what kind of legislation we need, but there seems to still be that regulatory gap, because there are permit issues, between entry permit issues and a host of other issues that need to be resolved before this can come to fruition.
Still, all said and done, I think we need to reorganize our traffic and other systems in the city, because as you know, there are certain times when you have no entries and you have heavy vehicles not allowed to come in, and moreover certain vehicles are not even allowed to go on certain roads. Now all those systems, once they are in place, only then can you expect a smooth movement of vehicles into transportation as well as for passengers to be going from one place to the other. So all said and done, we need a holistic review on this entire system of transportation. If you would probably recollect, one or two places in India, one of course is Kota, where they have tried to reorganize their traffic system and have eliminated all the red lights in the area, so that there is no traffic jams and there are no traffic lights where people would be standing, and the flow is relatively smooth vis-a-vis what we have in places like Delhi and other places. Now, all said and done, it's not necessary that there would be no glitches in that system. I'm sure there are glitches in that system also, but if they are fine-tuned, even that can become a good way of implementing these systems into modern cities and towns.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Dhawan, let me start off with you before I round up this discussion. What are your expectations from the budget 2026 when we are looking at rural mobility?
Well, honestly speaking, today I think the focus is on our great President of the United States, who's been holding the world to ransom, and we are expecting something like that, in response from our government also. Of course, there are not going to be a confrontation, but I'm sure, they would be taking out certain steps which are going to counter his tariff threats and so on.
Right. Dr. Narang, we want the budget to move towards, instead of just building roads, to move towards movement, to move towards opportunity. So, what are your expectations?
Well, look, my expectations are, as people talk about making America great again, I think India was always great and we can make it even greater. I think the budget has to make sure that we provide long-term policy stability so manufacturers can invest with confidence, and especially in the rural area. We want to remove structural bottlenecks like charging, taxation, and EV financing. And I want, finally, manufacturing opportunities, not just for green cities, but manufacturing for mobility in tier 2, 3, 4 cities. India will only be great if we can do two things: make rural India more industrial, more manufacturing, and bring mobility not just to the men, but to the Nari Shakti of this country. And I'm hoping tomorrow's budget has some of that.
All right. Mr. Kapoor, your closing comments regarding your expectations for this budget in the rural mobility sector?
You see, when we talk of the automobile sector, we have to understand that this single sector contributes 7% to our GDP. And in terms of our manufacturing GDP, it comprises of 49%, of the overall manufacturing capacity of the country. So my point is that it's very important that the very sunrise sectors need to be encouraged, and in case the benefit has to reach down the line, then you have to think of innovative ways of ensuring that investment comes into the system. And for that, it's very important that you announce tax incentives, tax breaks for the private sector to come forward and make investment in this.
Absolutely. So I thank all my guests, in fact, for joining us on the broadcast to discuss this very important piece of rural mobility sector regarding the 2026 budget. Ms. Dr. Narang, Mr. Kapoor and Mr. Dhawan. With that, we are wrapping up this bulletin and slipping into a short commercial.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I am in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX.
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you. welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX.
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
All right, welcome back. Well, as the union budget draws closer, the defence sector is expecting a strong statement of intent from the government. With geopolitical uncertainties, border security challenges and a push for Atmanirbhar Bharat, the budget is seen as a critical moment for India's military modernisation. This trend is already visible in the markets, with defence stocks rallying sharply ahead of the budget. In the previous budget, the government allocated around 681 crore of 81 billion to the Ministry of Defence, representing a 9.5% increase from a year ago. In the upcoming budget, experts anticipate a 20% increase in defence sector allocation. The primary expectation is a significant increase in capital allocation for indigenous defence procurement. Industry wants clear prioritization of Indian-made platforms across land, air and naval forces. There is a strong push to expand PLI and IDEX schemes to support defence startups and MSMEs. From drones and sensors to advanced electronics and materials, private players are seen as key to innovation and speed. Creation of advanced defence manufacturing corridors and test ranges is also a major demand. Industry says that limited access to trial and certification facilities continues to delay deployment and increase costs. DRDO is expected to receive accelerated funding for next-generation weapon systems, including missiles, air defence systems, electronics, warfare and autonomous platforms. A major focus area is, of course, drones, AI-enabled warfare and autonomous system. The sector is seeking clear budgetary support to scale production and move from pilots to mass deployment. Cyber defence, space warfare and electronic warfare are emerging as new battlefronts. Industry leaders want these domains to receive dedicated allocations and long-term capability roadmaps. Supply chain security remains a concern still, with demands for support in ammunition, propulsion systems and critical materials to reduce foreign dependence during crisis. Export promotion is another key ask, and the sector wants export financing, insurance support and diplomatic backing to meet India's defence export targets. Finally, skill development is seen as non-negotiable. Without a highly trained workforce across manufacturing, testing and system integration, indigenization will remain incomplete. The message from the Defence Ministry is clear. Without predictable orders, timely payments and long-term policy clarity, India's defence self-reliance push could lose momentum. The key areas expected to receive higher allocations include missiles and ammunitions, unmanned aerial vehicles and counter-UAV systems, electronic warfare, air defence, network-centric systems and technology-driven force multiplier equipment. We'll talk more about this with our guests who understand what the expectation here is and what the reality on the ground is. Joining us on the program is Major General A.K. Sivaj, former Chief of Territorial Army, Senior Defence Expert. Major General Dhruv Katoch, Senior Defence Expert and Director of the India Foundation, is joining us on the program as well. Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar, Senior Defence Expert, with us on the program as well, and Group Captain Dr. M.J. Augustine Vinod, former Indian Air Force officer, fighter jet pilot, MiG-21, is with us on the program as well. General Katoch, I'll begin with you. Well, there are a lot of areas that I've pointed out that the budget needs to in fact gravitate towards. Modernization, warfare and technology, naval and air force modernization is also something which has been slated as a priority in this. What I also wanted to in fact talk about was, apart from the Atmanirbhar Bharat momentum that has been going on, is the BRO, the border infrastructure. Is that something that the budget also needs to robustly address now? Sir, first starting that first question with you.
Vineet, there is, just before I answer that, I just want to make one statement. Between 2019 when we went in for Balakot and 2025 when we did Op Sindoor, war fighting has completely changed. If you notice the manner in which we conducted the operations in 2019 and in 2025, there is a complete difference now. I think when we are looking at this present budget, that difference is going to be reflected. There is a difference in doctrine. That is one. Number two, in terms of allocation, I don't see too much, they may improve it by about say 10 to 20% from last year, but I don't think the government has the capacity to go beyond that. Number three, in terms of border infrastructure, that is vital to India's defense. Whatever the allocations which were given last year, the communication systems have actually improved tremendously over the last decade or 2 decades. That momentum is going to continue. There are two other momentums which are going to continue. One is as far as the naval platforms are concerned, these are long-term projects and they have already been catered for. I think what we need to do now, in my view, which are going to be vital, is to get our jet engine technology right and actually put in tremendous focus and money onto that. That is one. Number two, as far as technology is concerned, the private sector has to be brought in a very, very big way. There is no way in which the defense public sector can do what needs to be done as of now. So how we are going to get this the private participation of the private sector into it, and how we can actually revitalize our defense industrial zones, the two of them which we have got, that is going to be critical. I think money is going to be pumped in there, and this along with as far as the DRDO funding, the way you have mentioned it, yep, that is going to increase. But at the same time, the funding for research, I think also has to be through the private sector, and appropriate incentives have to be given to them so that this sort of a funding can take place, that they actually come on board. The private sector has, the state was reluctant to involve the private sector. Now the state is more open, but the private sector has shown hesitation in some areas. I think those bottlenecks need to be removed, and we need to get in the private sector in a very, very big way. Otherwise, the budget itself cannot do what has to be done. Vineet.
You're quite right about that. It's important to understand the comparison always, Group Captain Augustine, is with China. The kind of budgets that China allocates every year to itself and the kind of capital expenditure that they have been able to render and allocate for their defense requirements is obviously a benchmark for us as well. Though there has been a healthy increase of 9 to 15% year on year, do you think that is enough? Considering the fact, I don't know how else to say it, we have Pakistan on one side, we have China on one side, we also have Bangladesh on one side now.
Very true, Vineet. And in fact, as I'm hearing, since services also participate in, giving out the focus and what the direction should be. So there are three key aspects, as I see it, where we are going to push it. And the second aspect is more important in terms of not only increasing the capability from now to next one decade, but also to reduce the expenditure. And those three aspects or emphasis is going to be A, on modernization, B, like Jan Katoch said, on self-reliant defense production, that is IDEX and those kind of things. And most importantly, Vineet, is going to be the emerging technologies, which includes, artificial intelligence and those kind of things. Now, being from the Air Force, Air Force has always taken a bigger chunk of the budget for simple reason that it is A, technology intensive, and B, capital intensive, service, which is the reason, like Jan Katoch was mentioning about jet engines and stuff like that. So last year, if you remember, it was about 6.81 lakh crore, if my memory serves right, and the number that is being quoted in the wake of Ops Sindoor is about 25% increase. If it is going to be, you mentioned about 10%. If it is 25% increase, which I don't think why it should not, it will touch about closer to 10 lakh crores, and that is going to be the largest A and the largest jump B. So these are two things which are going to really push how we are going to do the modern warfare fighting, especially given Pakistan and China. I'm not counting as much Bangladesh. LCA Mark II, Rafale follow-on orders, we are hearing a lot of noise on that. We recently signed. Future of AMCA depends on this budget, Vineet, mind you, because AMCA is our flagship program, 2035, 2040. AMCA is going to get inducted into the Air Force, and we need it. Mid-air refueling, we've been talking about it for a while. Mid-air refueling, I think, will come in this FY, including AWNC, which is an indigenous project, which, as Katoch was mentioning. Unmanned aerial system, especially AI-enabled platform, which is critical for modern aerial operations, especially in an integrated environment, which means we are not only, Air Force is not only going to fight its war, it is also going to support naval warfare as well as the land warfare. And we are, mind you, taking on lease these aeroplanes, and the lease needs to stop. And when Americans will pull the plug with Trump at the helm of affairs remains to be seen. And the emphasis, like I said, on capital expenditure is going to be on airspace control, IACCS, Trigun, and what have you. So the focus is going to be a tri-services, theater command dish approach, so that if and when theater command comes up, our infrastructure is in place for a successful theater command, which is very, very important, and which is why in an aerospace technology, sensor fusion, next generation platform, these needs to come together as tri-services more than a single service, which is very, very important in my opinion. And AI and R&D is going to be the next generation of air warfare. There is no doubt about it. You mentioned it, General mentioned it. Therefore, the flight systems and autonomous drones, a lot of emphasis, we are currently working on that. I mean, I am personally
You're quite right
working
about
on
that.
Including the electronic warfare and airborne network system. So all this put together, very wonderful year because in the backdrop of Ops Sindoor, Vineet.
You're quite right about that. General Kocher, in fact, let's also talk about personnel and pensions. Out of the 100% budget that is allocated towards defense, 75% of India's allocation is consumed by salaries and operational costs and pensions. There is little left for acquisitions and modernization. How can this permutation, be better aligned?
Thank you, Vineet. You have rightly actually said and hitting the nail on the head. revenue budget takes 45.8%. Pensions and salaries take 23.6%, and MOD civil head takes 4.2%. Balance is only 26.4%, and that is for your capital acquisitions. And one more, this is the way your budget is structured. So we're not going to see any change as far as the structure of the budget is actually concerned, and there is a requirement to start thinking on these lines. We only see an incremental approach in the sense that, okay, 8%, 10%, 12%. These percentages don't mean a thing, because last year a budget increased by 9%, a depreciation of the rupee and inflation. If you take that into account, the actually budget reduced by 3% in real terms. So these figures are very misleading, and let's not get carried away by these figures. Now, what is important as far as capital acquisition? And I'll give you an example. At the B stage, an amount X is allotted, and when you come at the RE stage, a revised estimate stage, we are falling short of spending the money what was allotted to us in the B stage. So Defense Secretary had to make a statement on this, that it takes almost 4 years for getting a new equipment into service, and that is why DAP 2020, which is the defense acquisition procedure, is being revised, and I think the draft is already out, and maybe in a couple of months you will get a new procedure. And why the new procedure is required? Because of this problem of not getting our act of procurement together, and that is why the capital expenditure suffers, because government has given you the money, and it is criminal that you are surrendering that money and you are not using that money in that financial year. So that is one important aspect we have to keep in mind. A second important aspect is what I'm expecting is Sindoor tested our readiness, but it did not test our endurance. The budget must take into account endurance, and that is a surge capacity. Ramping up of all production targets to suggest in the case of ammunition, because in case we want to fight a long war, we need to have that which is available to us. Today, Iran is able to dictate things in the Middle East because it has got in excess of 3,000 missiles. So similarly, our own stocking, our WWR, our reserves have to be ramped up. A second important aspect, I just talked about endurance. A second important aspect is sustenance. See, all our equipment, we have got very old equipment. Almost 70% of our equipment is legacy equipment. And it has to be upgraded from time to time because technology is changing. So this sustenance factor has to be kept into budget in a very, very big way. Third is mobility. You talked about border infrastructure and things like that, because mobility is very important. BrahMos battalions are being raised. Rudra brigade are being raised. Why are they actually doing it? To improve the mobility, and these battalions will need to be equipped with your high-tech weapons. So I think the budget you will be allocating a portion to that. And my last point is technology, because we have all talked about technology. What is important is technology is not that important. Assimilation of the technology into the weapon system is more important, and that is what is lacking in the armed forces, or especially Indian Army, I would say, because Navy and Air Force is still better off as far as assimilation is concerned. So now this is one gray area, and that is why in 2024 the Chief of the Army Staff made a statement that
right, sir.
2024.
Yeah.
The
Right.
year
So,
of
so
a
we have to accommodate other opinions as well. I
Thank you.
understand where you're coming from, General Sivach. What about deterrence gaps for India? A lot of experts have pointed to the fact that the percentage of GDP which is allocated to our defense at this point in time is pretty low. It's perhaps 1.3% of the entire output that India produces. The actual figure, a number of experts have gone on to say, should be somewhere close to 2.5, considering that China and Pakistan are leveraging this gap expeditiously. And plus, the Air Force has a shortage of fighter squadrons as well. Without an improvement in this budget to perhaps a 2.5% of the GDP, these gaps are not going to be functional or wise for the government or the military.
Very correct. Vinit, you hit the nail on the head. They don't deny the fact that even the Parliament Committee on Defence has recommended that your defence budget should be at least 3% of your GDP. Because if you see what's happening in your neighborhood, the China defence budget is about 4 to 4.5%, and Pakistan is again 3.5%. And remember that basically the pensions and pay, especially in Pakistan, is not given from the defence budget. So as far as India is concerned, that last year 6.81 lakh crore was almost about 1.5 to 1.8% of GDP, which was too less. Now this time after Operation Sindoor, it has to become almost 2.5%, and there has to be a improvement, and there should be now extra money given, almost about 20 to 25%. Now why are we saying that? Why we need what we need? See, simple as that, the technology has made a lot of difference in Operation Sindoor. And if you have learnt our lesson well, we need all this technology to absorb in defense forces. What you need is loitering ammunition, you need artificial intelligence, you need drone, you need anti-drone strategy, you need electronic warfare, you need cyber warfare. It requires money, and you need modernization. And the point today is that absolutely correct that the war was just a conflict for 4 days. What has been taught to us in Russia-Ukraine war, that earlier we always used to consider the war will be short and intense. But this war has told you that wars can prolong up to 4 years. So you must have stamina to fight it. It means you must have your logistic system, supply chains, and also your weapons, ammunition, which can last you long. If you are thinking you are dependent on the foreign player, they will able to help you at that point in time, may not be. So therefore, what is the mantra? Mantra is Indianization. You have to now develop weapons yourself. And thankfully, in last 10 to 12 years, it has changed completely. Earlier, we used to get almost 75% of our weapons from outside and mainly from Russia. Now almost 70-75% weapons are made in India. And it is with that motto, make in India, make for world. You are now almost exporting 25,000 crore worth of weapons to the outer world, and it will increase to 50,000 crore. Therefore, the point today is that Indianization is the key word. And second thing is the technology need to be absorbed. You have to have a private partnership getting it. About 15,000 MSMEs have come. You have to spend more money on R&D. No one is going to transfer technology to you without any cost. So therefore, that is also very important. Two defense sectors which have come up, one in north, one in south, the UP as well as now Tamil Nadu. You need another two defense corridor, one in east and west, because you need all the hub center of all this industry to come. Remember, sometimes the countrymen feel it that you are spending too much money on defense. Remember, the defense and the the economy, they are the two sides of the same coin. If you want to be economically strong, you have to be also strong militarily. Otherwise, there is no point to be economically strong. You will become something like what happened to Venezuela. So the question comes as on today is, as you are mentioning, what about the Air Force?
All right, sir. I also want to get in Mr. M.K. Agarwal, senior economist, into this conversation. We have a paucity of time. Mr. Agarwal, what are your thoughts on this entire aspect of India accelerating its budget allocation towards the defense sector a lot more as compared to in the past? Well, China has an advantage. They obviously have that PPP factor, which allows them to not portray whatever they're spending on the military in terms of dollars, but the actual value because of cheap labor in China is obviously giving them a lot more than is reported. And of course, the Chinese government is not very transparent with what they put out.
Vineet, I believe no government is very transparent when it comes to, defense expenditures, particularly. And they should not also be. With regard to China, they are not transparent in any case. In entire their economic operations or political operations, they are not transparent. So let us not compare with them in terms of, their intensity of working on military operations or defense equipments. My submission here is defense preparedness is not possible simply in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years. It is the cumulative effort that is required. And if you are looking from 91 onwards, you will find that in the name of saving money for public welfare, this or that, what they found that the defense is the best sector where they can cut down the expenditure, and no one will talk about that because no one will come to know, because directly no one is impacted. And its impact was realized in 99 when Pakistan, stabbed on our back. And when Atal government came, they started preparing, but they had a very small time. Again, there was a problem when between 2004 to 2014. There was no expenditure, capital account expenditure or anything innovative during that period. So that is the paucity. Let's consider that how can we fill up the gap of 10 years? Not in terms of money, rather in terms of preparedness, modernization, expansion. There are so many things. And what we are doing now, since 2014, it took this government many years to prepare itself, and now they are expanding in many areas. So defense budget is not as important. What is important, that there is a continuity, there is a sustainability, and there is a proper emphasis on defense sector. With regard to salary, pension, it is always there in any sector, it will remain. They will consume, and in defense, even this is, I believe, my personal belief as an economic student, I believe that this expenditure on their salary and pension is just
fair
like
enough, sir.
any equipment.
We've run out of time, but I appreciate your thoughts and your perspective on the matter, as well as the thoughts and perspective of all the experts who joined in. We'll, of course, be keeping a close eye on the budget as it's read out by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tomorrow. We take a short break now.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद,
बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
Hello and welcome to NewsX, a special segment on budget expectations, where our focus is on the maritime sector, a space where the government has been making sustained efforts to unlock vast potential and strengthening India's trade, logistics and connectivity framework. The union budget is expected to place strong emphasis on modernizing India's ports through advanced technology, aiming to improve productivity, safety, of course, and overall operational efficiency across major and non-major ports. Experts are also emphasizing a need for capacity expansion with increased investment for developing mega ports and enhancing deep draft infrastructure to handle larger vessels and rising trade volumes. Another major drive is for the better connectivity, focusing on seamless integration of ports with rail, road and inland waterways to cut logistics costs and reduce bottlenecks. Green energy initiatives have also gained traction with funding support for sustainable port operations, including renewable energy use and lower carbon emissions. Digitization is set to remain a priority with a push towards paperless documentation and streamlined digital trade processes to ease doing business at ports. Continued allocation to the Maritime Development Fund is anticipated, providing long-term financing support for ports, shipping and allied maritime industries. With nearly 95% of India's trade by volume moving through sea routes, the sector is increasingly seen as strategic infrastructure rather than just a logistics enabler, with expectations thus centered around clear and stable maritime policies to boost logistics and investor confidence. All right, let's talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the show at this point in time is Commander Bhushan Dewan, former Indian Navy officer. Captain Shyam Kumar, former Indian Navy officer, also with us on the broadcast. Yamini Agarwal, Vice Chairperson of Finance Indian Institute of Finance, with us as well. And last but by no means the least, Major Muhammad Ali Shah, defense expert, with us on the program as well. Commander Dewan, I'll begin with you, sir. I hope you can hear me. Okay, perhaps not. Captain Shyam Kumar, if you're there with us.
Yes, I can hear you, Vineet. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. All right, well, this is, of course, a vision towards the Maritime Amrit Kal 2047, which the Prime Minister has also spoken of time and again. You know, there is a key highlight of operationalization of 25,000 crore rupees, which are put towards the Maritime Development Fund. How is the budget supposed to address this allocation, and how is supposed to streamline the aspirations that I just read out?
Thank you, Vineet. Jai Hind, Shano Varuna. It's very, very important to understand that the geographical location of India, peninsular India, and we are into the into the ocean areas where from where the 8 degree, 9 degree channels, sea lanes of communication is going from Gulf countries to Sundra State, Malacca State, and to the Pacific scenarios. And as we said, 95% of trade by volume goes through our own volume, goes also through these sea lanes of communications. So it is very important that maritime sector needs a boost. First of all, our own infrastructure facilities, such as deep water ports, shipbuilding capacities, whether it is public sector undertakings or whether it is private sector undertakings, the shipyards, both needs a lot of boosts. We have demarcated certain funds of 67,000 crore rupees in last September, and it is to be extended up to 2026 and to the Amrit Kal, because there are thrust on the indigenization, that is shipbuilding, capacity building, ports, harbor, deep water ports, inland water port, integration with railways, etc. And MSME development at the port itself, so that the export from logistics support and export from these ports can extend through maritime routes to other global arena. So these aspects are very important because, number one, the challenging environment in our regional security, the requirement to increase the export, increase on the indigenization as far as the logistics support and the ecosystem is concerned. And thereafter, overall, meeting the scaling up capacity building to meet the Amrit Kal vision of the country. So for a long-term growth, maritime sectors need a lot of lead time. And that is why government has allocated certain funds which would be utilized, whether it is maritime infrastructure fund or the development funds which have been earmarked over a long period of time for a slow utilization. 24,000 crore or on that 19,000 crore or some other head. These all have to be monitored. Regulatory bodies, I can suggest we also need to have digitization. We also need to have procedures, simplifications, actually at par with the other ports and harbors of the other countries, competitive spirits. Unless we all dovetail this together, we will not be able to move into the situation where we will be able to extend our reach to other countries, especially the Southeast Asian Gulf countries and Pacific and beyond. We are looking at Mediterranean. We are looking at European export and import. We went to Israel for making a port from India. We wanted to go through Haifa port to European countries. We were looking for many things. The Middle East scenario has brought some slowdown into it, but the vision is very clear. Our political will, the country's long-term vision, the maritime outlook has been already seen. We have realized it that our old past historical legacy of maritime traditions, roots must be energized, must be kept alive. Unless we do that, India would not be able to grow to the next pylon of the economy, to the third place. So I think it's a employability, it is a blue economy, it is the infrastructure development. It's all going to grow and meet the visions of Amrit Kal. Vinit.
All right, Mohammad Ali Shah, if you can hear me, I'm going to come to you now. Mohammad Ali Shah.
Yes, Vinit, I can hear you clearly, loud and clear.
All right, 75,000 crores, Mohammad, to Sagarmala 2.0. That is the proposed budget.
Right.
69,000 crores for the shipbuilding package. Of course, there is, a deep call within the industry to make India a hub of shipbuilding. Maritime Development Fund is at 25,000 crore as well. The shipbuilding financial assistance, that is also through the government at 24,000 crores. There is, this huge allocation available at this point in time, but yet experts feel the implementation has been slow and far in between. What do you think can be done in order to expedite that?
Okay, Vinit, very well said by you. Before I answer your question, there are a few points I would like to make first. Sir Alfred Raleigh had said that those who command the seas will command the region of the world. Those who command the region of the world will command the world trade. Those who command the world trade will command the world eventually. Alfred Thayer Mahan, the American naval strategist, in fact, in Staff College and in senior command courses in National Defense College, you learn about Alfred Thayer Mahan. He had said the same thing. But it was actually attributed in the Ottoman Empire when Emperor Solomon was advised this by Admiral Hayreton Barbarossa that the shift should be from continental to maritime shift, which means earlier we would focus on the land, on the army, yes, but less importance was given to the navy, which is not the case, which should be, in fact, which is not the case, which should be. Like 4th December 1971, the Indian Navy had very bravely bombarded the port of Karachi in Pakistan. It was proved that time that what the maritime prowess is, we need to actually strengthen that. Now, I'm really glad to see that the shift is actually coming towards the Navy, and it should, and rightly so. it deserves that attention. It commands that attention. In fact, so when we actually see, like for example, we are on our way to becoming a blue water navy. Now, the blue water navy, Pakistan, Bangladesh are brown water navies, which means muddy water, shallow water, close to your shores. A blue water navy, far away, which means like, the name itself suggests. Like, I'll give you an example of INS Tabar. INS Tabar had sailed to Egypt about 3 years back. And we have got very good relations right from President Nasser's time to Jawaharlal Nehru's time with Egypt. So when INS Tabar had sailed to Egypt, of course, and they did a joint exercise together there, it was a show of power, projection of power. It was a show of strength as well for the world. So now when we put the focus on the military budget on the Navy, like Nirmala Sitaram is going to be announcing tomorrow, and I think the improvement in the defense budget, focusing on the maritime power, focusing on the Navy, I think that is very, very important. When we talk about blue water Navy, I think we should have, and we already have, good relations with the Gulf, with Oman. The 3 countries I will name first. I will name Seychelles, Oman, and I would name Indonesia, per se. These 3 nations, because for rest recoup, for refueling, where our ships can actually take a break. For example, Navy is the only service in the trial service, Army, Navy, Air Force, which teaches diplomacy. Army and Air Force does not teach diplomacy. So Navy, of course, any ship coming in any port, they are welcome. They always help out in rest and recoup and refueling. But here, when we have a specific focus on our maritime, I will just about 2 months back, very important point, I was on a panel at the Military Literature Festival with Admiral Arun Prakash, the former naval chief. We were there together on a panel. We were talking about the change of mindset from continental shift to maritime shift. And he gave some very, very pertinent points, right from 1510, in fact, to 1529, when Vasco da Gama had come to Goa and first time he failed, second time, but then ultimately he did set up his powers in India through Goa. So it is very important to focus on our Navy. And now when we have a military budget focusing on the Navy, I think we are going, as per what Sir said just now, Amrit Kal, Vineet.
Okay, fair enough. Commander Diwan, so your thoughts on this? Deep water and mega ports, indigenous container lines, sustainability in green ports, how do they feature or how should they feature in India's aspirational budget?
In fact, the potential of India's coastline, which is almost 12,000 kilometers, including the Port Blair. Port Blair is about 3,500 kilometers, Andaman Nicobar, and mainland is about 7,500 kilometers. It's a huge coastline. 95% of India's trade is handled by sea. But in terms of only 5% of this is managed by our shipping. And today we have about 212 ports. And our capacity is about 1,500 million metric tons per year handling capacity that we have. Installed capacity is around 2,500, but practically we handle so much. And the target is that by 2047 to have 10,000 million metric tons cargo to be handled. The correct crux of the matter is that, look at the recent context of EU-India trade deal and everything else which is to, will open up. The whole trade game, unless we really take it up in big way, in a mission mode, which is being taken actually in a mission mode, we have to regain, India has to regain our old status as a seafaring nation with such a huge coastline. Nobody has so much. And along with the coastline, the issue is blue economy. I think by 2047, Viksit Bharat, we are hoping for $100 billion blue economy output. Blue economy also includes what we are going to get from subsea, that is from our total exclusive economic zone. An exclusive economic zone that we enjoy is almost two-thirds of the land mass that India has, which is huge potential going forward. We can think of going to Mars or Venus or wherever, that's a different story. But this sea, which is close to us, This is our own right which we have. And the thing is, it is going to generate almost 6 crores employment with this thing. Another 25 years to go. This is the whole target. And the right now we are losing by having shipping being given to others. You know, we are losing 6 lakh crores, which is equal to defense budget of India. Imagine. We are losing that much money by getting it, you know, in a way outsourced, getting it done from others. So potential is huge. I think traditionally, historically, since till 1947, the Navy and the seas were all handled by the British. And we also, in our defense perspective also, we have been land focused indeed. But for last, now after last decade and a half, now we are finding that we are coming to realize that he who owns the seas he who rules the seas rules the world. So that is really coming up. So this is another issue is, look at European ports, look at Rotterdam, you know, inland water shipping, and multimodal ports. Look at Mundra port where I have served as senior vice president. The point I'm making is there for evacuation and loading. You have road, you have air, you have at rail. So multimodal, and even inland water if it is possible, inland water shipping. So and crux of the matter is that we have to become very efficient in terms of turnaround time for the ships. So whether it is loading of or unloading and clearance, because you don't have huge space, warehouse in the port. In classical ports, if you go and see in Mumbai port, huge warehouses, and they are all chock-a-block. Things are changing now. So that space near the sea, warehouse is very, very valuable. So, and another thing is, unless, you know, as they say, use it, lose it. Whatever body part you don't use, that goes defunct. Use it or lose it. So unless the security issue and defense issue, security issue and commercial issue are linked. If we leave such a vast coastline unused, untouched, unoccupied, we are becoming vulnerable to, you know, enemy ingress. Same thing you have seen now, announcement today, Leh airport is open for commercial airlines now. So unless you occupy it aggressively and voluminously the way it is supposed to be, security by itself will be a big threat also. So with these issues, I think we have to go a long, long way in terms of, another thing I'll tell you, to reduce the multimodal evacuation, you know, have Mundra Port earlier known as MPSEZ, the Mundra Port Special Economic Zone, and now it is called for many years APSEZ, Adani Port Special Economic Zone. The point is, hinterland, the production areas should be just near the port, so that, you know, like when you have a steel plant, it should be near the mines. You don't have to take it from, you know, so production should go from there directly. MSMEs or whatever kind of plants, industries are put up there. So this is an ecosystem. This is an ecosystem of the shipping ecosystem, which means shipbuilding also, which also means ship repair also, which also means breaking the ships also. It's a huge ecosystem. Today, you know how, when you talk about oil trade, and we say that oil trade is controlled by China. 90% of the oil trade and even the other trade also, for example, containers are not for oil. The 90% of the containers, you know, are Chinese containers. So look at the, you know, monopoly. So others don't have containers even. So this is what I mean by ecosystem. If you want to do trade, it's not only shipping, it's ports, evacuation, digitalization, seamless handling of documentation, custom clearances. So this is a whole ecosystem, the whole mindset, and you know, it will lead to huge development of our coastal areas, coastal economy. And so this is the right way to go forward, but really we have to capture, we have to cover a lot of ground.
Fair enough. And Yamini, there is also a huge call for digitalization of our maritime landscape. A single window, which facilitates the Sagar Mantham platforms is the need of the hour. What can be expected from the budget with context to this?
Well, I think the previous budgets and the government policies have been very clear in terms of the fast-paced infrastructure that they have been developing. in terms of the public infrastructure that we talk about, the Bharatmala allocations, the Sagarmala allocations, as well as digitalization allocations, not only belong to the maritime, but ensuring that every inland city, every inland place in India is integrated to the overall systems, right from the coastlines to the hinterlands of the country. At the same time, I think overall the Gati Shakti or the many other corridors that they may have created, which may include roads, railways, airports, or the others, at the same time through the maritime as well, add on to the overall infrastructure that is there. So when you connect every single hinterland to the coastal lines or to the from Kashmir to Kanyakumari or from Assam to Gujarat, you are actually bringing about an integrated structure which is well informed, laid out, and placed in understanding how movements of whether it's of people, carriages, goods, services, or anything is taking place at the same time. So digitalization has been there in the past. Transactions or movements have been always noted. At the same time, it's the people's participation which has been the most important aspect in the overall development of any of the aspects of the land, which includes the longest coastline in the country, as well as indigenous, especially both small and big infrastructures simultaneously, which includes big shipping companies and also small fishermen who have been there as a part and parcel. The whole economics of, I think, the blue economy does belong to a large amount of a trade that goes from freight to goods, services, tea products, to many other items. So I believe also in terms of the diplomacy that connects us to the various countries in maintaining our own national interests and the overall interests in the world peace. So I believe digitalization does help in encouraging more transparency, more accountability, and as well as at the same time people participation and more power to the common man at an accessible way.
All right, fair enough. Well, appreciate everybody who joined in and poured their perspectives on this important consideration that will or should be addressed in the budget that we have at our hands tomorrow. We take a short break now. We'll be right back.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to We Women Want. This is our weekly show where we celebrate women and of course we discuss issues related to women, whether it is breast cancer, whether it is work-life balance, whether it is health, diets, fats, everything is discussed on the show. But today we have a very, very special guest. I have with me one of my favorites actually, Lakshmi Murdeshwar Puri. She's an author and a diplomat. She was in fact the youngest entrant to the IFS, went on to serve at the UN for 15 years. We've all read her first book, Swallowing the Sun, which has won several literary awards and will soon be made into a OTT series also. But today we're talking to her about her next book, which is The Sari Eternal. I have a copy of it here. In this, she weaves a lovely narrative highlighting how the sari has always been such an intrinsic part of Indian womanhood. From the Indus Valley civilization onwards, she delves into our myths, she delves into our legends, and also the everyday lives of housewives and revolutionary leaders. How you really, you've made me fall in love with the sari once again. It's such a beautiful book. You weave your words so well.
Thank you so much, Priya, and may I warmly return the compliment and say that you are my favorite anchor, and not only in the larger sense of television and thinking television.
Thank you so much.
But also how you take up women's issues and your whole program of We Women Want. So it's wonderful to be back again, and I'm so happy that you feel that I'm actually able to evoke that love of the sari.
I would call you a cultural ambassador. Because your book also, your first book, Swallowing the Sun, there was so much about the independence movement, women, how they were empowered at that time, the fight. You brought back an era gone by, and now with the sari, you're bringing a tradition. As you said, a second skin. You're bringing the love for sari back again. I must really congratulate you.
Thank you so much
on that. But tell me, how did this book come out? It's a very unusual topic. I mean, there have been books written, but you know what I like? It's such a personal, anecdotal narration. But how did you think of the idea?
So, some books come as destiny and some books come as free will. And Swallowing the Sun was definitely free will, which became destiny.
See, I love this.
But the Sari Eternal came as destiny because David Davidar, the publisher and editor of Aleph Books, he came to me with this idea that I should write a book on the sari as part of the Essential India series. And he said that no one better than you to write it, because you wear the sari almost as second skin, as I have said in the first para itself of the book. And you have kept faith with it, and I want you to write it. So I said, but what can the book pretend not to be? We have the most glorious encyclopedias. We have beautiful coffee table, lushly illustrated coffee table books. How can I compete with all of that? And how can I dare to write on the sari with the same depth and knowledge? And so he said, no, but this is to be a different book. It is to be a short book that will make both aficionados and those who don't know about the sari, the dilettantes, fall in love with the sari. And I'm so happy you
accomplished,
began
David. Mission accomplished, really.
So, and to bring out how quintessentially sari is part of India and Indian womanhood. So I think that's what, and he, gave me the freedom to do what I want to do with it. So that's how this book came about. And it is, as you said, a book that is my self-realized vision of the sari. It is also through the eye of imagination. And there were times when, David would come back and say, can this really be? Because of course, he's not a woman. So he doesn't know how one relates to a sari. So this is how so I talked about the 5 senses that the sari evokes. So how can you have taste? How can you have scent? So I have talked about all of that. So the eye of imagination, but also I poured my heart and soul into writing this book. Of course, I had to do research because this is in a capsule, in this, what you hold in the palm of your hand. You have a capsule on all that you need to know about the sari. And yet it's not an encyclopedia. It is to tease your curiosity, to arouse your curiosity, and to make you, first of all, if you are a woman and a girl, to get to love the sari and to wear it. So in many ways, yes, it is a proselytizing treatise, but told in a fun way, in an engaging way, hopefully, poignant way. There are many stories. So it's the story of the sari, but it's also stories about the sari.
So well said, I think.
So each of these chapters the 6 chapters are done in that way, from a very personal lens.
And your last chapter is about how you want the Gen Z to wear it. And after reading this, I would say, it will make someone fall in love with the sari, those who haven't. But I want you to begin at the beginning. And if I may trouble you to just, your beginning was very poignant, and why you wrote it, it sums it up so well.
Yes, why it became my destiny.
Yes, as you said.
As I said, is this sari. The unstitched river of fabric that winds around my body is not clothing. It's second skin for me. I live in it, and it makes me whole aesthetically and spiritually. It has grown with me and on me, traveled in time and space with me over these many decades. From the age of 3, it has stirred my imagination, given me comfort and solace, been a source of self-realization and endowed empowerment and grace. It has excited my senses, the touch, the feel, the sight, the taste, and the scent of beauty unfurled. I have held that sweet secret of joy that one shares only with oneself.
It is so beautiful. You've expressed it. I think this book is actually it's not prose, it's poetry, the way you write, the way you speak. But I would like to tease the viewer a bit, and if we can just, go into each chapter just a little bit so we can, talk. I don't want to steal the book from them, but you begin with your childhood in Kathmandu and Delhi, and how your first few saris was, I think, as with all of us, stolen from your mother's wardrobe. But how that gave you a sense of authority. You played games to be authority figures. You wore it to watch the occasional adult movie. So the fun of the childhood, tell us a bit about it.
Yes. So the first chapter is very much about my love affair with the sari, which I say began at the age of 3. And my first sari was given to me by my Mausi. It was a mini Maharashtrian sari from Tulsi Bagh in Pune. And then I trace its evolution about how my mother influenced my love of the sari, because she was herself a connoisseur, and also it was second skin to her. And then from that, how public figures, the freedom movement, public figures like Indira Gandhi, particularly 1971 war, and how she became the Durga, and how she made sari a power dressing, part of power dressing, how that influenced us. And then how in my diplomatic life, you know, I've said this, that I've been posted to so many countries, and I have visited some 76 countries, I was counting. And in all of these, I have tried to keep faith with the sari and use it as a kind of brahmastra, you know, a sartorial brahmastra. My way of power dressing, sometimes to dissimulate, you know, to disarm the other side, but also to win over, and also to, you know, convey firmness and sense of self, a civilizational self. So there is that aspect which has been covered in this. And then with my husband, who is a Sikh, and I've talked about how that has been also a bond.
The Jugalbandi, I love that Jugalbandi,
yes, between his turban tying and my sari wearing, and how it is a salute to an act of perfection and devotion as much. And how he has supported me, and how he, you know, admires.
And he buys you, goes out of the way
yes,
to buy you gifts and
exactly.
saris and
saris, yes. So all of that. And then the second chapter is about the bewildering variety of saris that we have, both in styles of wearing and in weaves and patterns. But before that, it traces the history of the sari, as you said, right from the Indus Valley civilization, the Vedic period, and how it has influenced culture, art, sculpture over the years, and how it is represented in all of that. And then I talk about how there is that what sari is arising from all this history, that, you know, I've really focused on this aspect. And that's what came to me as I wrote this, that when we talk about Indian civilization being one of the greatest, what do we mean? We mean that it's perhaps one of the most not only ancient civilizations, but continuous civilizations. And when I looked at the history of the sari, first of all, it is civilizational emblem as nothing else. You know, if you want to talk about when you're, especially, and it comes to you when you're outside, and, you know, they identify India with the sari, you know, the soft power of India and the women of India with the sari. And the other aspect that comes to you is that it is such a civilizational gesture, draping yourself, and it is only the human species that does that. And this is a very sophisticated and every time, and a very creative act. Every time you tie a sari, it's a different act of creation.
It's true, yeah.
You know, it will
never looks the same.
It never looks the same. Yeah. And on the same person, even if it is the same design, same pattern, same fabric, on you it will look different, it will on me. So it is an expression of both individuality and inheritance and tradition together. Wow. You know, what a marvel. So it's a very civilizational statement that we make when we wear a sari. So I explain how it is philosophy, what is the significance of the unstitched
cloth, which is the connection between the turban and the sari also that you write.
Yes, exactly. And what is the significance of that? That it was considered transcendent, it was considered sacred, woven, unstitched, not pierced by the violence of a needle, So that sacredness has been carried forward. So the next chapter is about the sacred and the temporal, the sacred and the mundane. So I talk about how in my cognition, as I was growing up, I was a little pujaran and I had all these goddesses images in my puja ghar, and how I used to then look at Lakshmi, Saraswati, Parvati, and also listen to Devi Suktam and all these other religious Hindu texts, and also Rig Vedas and all, how I used to then regard the sari as the divine vastra, the divine garment, and therefore associate, when I wear them, I get, by transference, I get a bit of that divinity. So that idea I've tried to develop in this, and I've talked about how
I'm going to take a quick break and come back, and then maybe try, and if I can persuade you to read a little bit more from your book about the sari and the connection with the divine. I think that chapter is one of my favorites, in fact, but after a quick break. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari, called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX.
Hello and welcome back to We Women Want. Well, today we are discussing something that is so intrinsic and so part of our lives, and yet, a lot of us have forgotten it. But thank you, Lakshmi, for bringing it back. I'm, of course, talking about the sari and a book, The Sari Eternal. In fact, in your book, you really connect us just to our past, and you talk about how the sari has unconsciously, subconsciously been the subtext of so many milestones that we have, grown up with.
Absolutely.
So, in fact, I would, if I may trouble you, to read a bit more from your book about the philosophy of the sari.
Sure. So, I say here, its magic lies not just in its versatility or visual elegance. The sari is above all a philosophy of dress. It resists the global trend of compartmentalized fashion. Day wear, evening wear, lounge wear, formal wear, because it is everything at once. A sari may be worn to sweep a courtyard, or to address a parliament, or the UN General Assembly.
As you have done.
To dance, or to mourn, to cook, or to lead a revolution. To me, the sari is both functional and ceremonial, intimate and public, timeless and timely. In its many avatars, the sari becomes an extension of the Indian woman, fluid, strong, adaptive, rooted, and illuminated.
Wow, I did not think of that. That is so true.
So that is it. And
And then when we were talking about the, how...
Goddesses.
Yes, that one. I really enjoyed that chapter.
So I talk about how the trinity of Lakshmi, Saraswati and Parvati, and the concept in the context of Parvati, how Nari Shakti, but all the goddesses, of course. That sari, contrary to some impressions that have been spread, is not a garment of docility and submission and weakness. It is a garment of divine power as much as temporal power. That's the point.
Correct.
And then I've also said how in the envisioning of the different goddesses, even in terms of nature, the Sur Saritas, they are shown as wearing saris. And you offer saris to them as, in terms of your prayers
Devotion,
to them, worship as part of your worship. Then there is trees. Even trees are seen as wearing the leaves, the sari of leaves. And then I've talked about Surganga, how she descends. And so as a sari, or on a sari, if one's imagination you can. And so all of this, and the Bhu Devi, and then I go on to talk about Bharat Mata, how the conception of Bharat Mata came about with different artists, Raja Ravi Verma, Dhurandhar and others, and how they depicted her as wearing wearing a sari. So, all of these elements, and then the freedom fighters, the social reformers, today's CEOs, women CEOs,
correct.
Everyone. So let me read to you in the Lakshmi Sahasranamam mantra, the 1,000 names of Sri Lakshmi that I often recite. She is hailed as the crowning jewel of the universe, Brahmand Mani Bhushanam, dazzling all in her sari. She is Vishwambhara, one who wears the sari of the universe around her. She is Digvastra too, and her sari symbolizes the universe itself and the directions to spiritual destinations. She holds all the powers of the world within the envelope of her sari, including that of giving life as pranada.
No, it's you really put it beautifully, and I remember, you go on to talk about on the two epics also, Sita and Draupadi, and there's a lovely line you used for when Draupadi, when she was being disrobed and she appealed to Krishnji, and you said in the
Sari vich nari hai ki nari vich sari hai ki sari hi ki nari hai ki nari hi ki sari hai. Isn't it?
Yes.
So when her Vastra Haran is happening, and that was a turning point in Mahabharata, and the war happened because of that.
And you're saying he became the sari eternal. I remember that.
And yes, the Krishna becomes the sari eternal. So in that sense also the divinity transference is happening all the time. Certainly in my devotion and imagination, it certainly is. But I have also highlighted another thing, that irrespective of religion, whether it is Muslims, whether it is Buddhists, whether it is Christians, Mother Teresa I've talked about, everyone has embraced the sari. And that is the drape that, binds India together, folds India together.
Lovely. That is so lovely, yeah.
In all its bewildering diversity, I talk about unity in diversity and diversity in unity. So,
which is the paradox of the sari, really.
Yes, that's right, exactly.
And then you talk about the Bollywood, from the sensuous garment to the Maa Ka Aanchal, the sari is...
Maa Ka Aanchal, the concept of Ma herself, how it is, it revolves around the sari. And I've also talked about Satyajit. So all my favorite song sequences or scenes from Bollywood where the sari was telling the storytelling, was telling the story, where the sari was telling the story. I have highlighted some, and there were so many, but I had to compress it and I had to only give some examples. And I'm sure many of the readers will have their own, visions of what really struck them as scenes or songs or song sequences or dance sequences, dialogues that stand out as sari doing the speaking, for the film, for the heroine, for the actresses. So
it made its own statement.
It makes its own statement. And Satyajit Ray is another one. Now, I've talked about how in his different films, how the, whether it's Madhabi Mukherjee or it is Sharmila Tagore, each one of their films, those iconic films, the sari spoke as eloquently as the women themselves in their silences or in their speech.
Correct. Yeah.
So I bring that out, and I know many people have loved the fact that I've invoked some of their favorite songs. And this book has, I asked David, how can you have a sari book without photographs? Of course, the cover is lush and beautiful and rich, but he said you have to draw pictures with your words.
Wow.
So, which was difficult, but they have 6 very beautiful illustrations, and I'll talk about this a little later, perhaps.
Yeah, we kind of out of time, but I do want you to focus on your last chapter when you speak about what the Gen Z, the next generation Gen Z would make of the sari, and there's a lovely quote by Sabyasachi on that.
Right. So, in fact, when we talk about the sari being eternal, it has been so far, but there are concerns. So I did a lot of research and surveys with young people.
To kids,
Yes, to Gen Z. And I was concerned that in the metros, there has been a decline in young people wearing saris, young women wearing saris, and I was concerned. And I also brought out the reasons I bring out in this, and they are valid. The comfort or the convenience, if you want to run around, I cannot do it. The very act of wearing a sari, young people are daunted by, because they are so used to instant clothes and ready-made, as you call it.
Correct.
So the whole act of wearing, they feel, oh, I don't know how to wear a sari. In our times, there used to be a system, a ritual, a rite of passage, if you will, of teaching every girl how to wear a sari.
Correct.
So I think we need to bring that back. The other aspect I found was, you want to look modern, westernized in a professional context sometimes. But I've also said that, in fact, it's the opposite. You make a statement of authority, even in very diverse work environments. The other aspect, people want to look younger. They think that by wearing a sari, you look older.
Yes, it is.
I've seen that with people of my generation, even younger people like you and others. So they feel that, they look smarter or younger if they are wearing. So I've talked about all of those hesitations that Gen Z may have. But then I tell them about what benefits, why you should be wearing a sari. Quite apart from making a civilizational statement, being self-realized and empowered. And what is very important about Gen Z, their sense of individuality, that they want to stand out as someone in their own right. And sari enables you to do that like nothing else. It doesn't flatten you out into the average.
An assembly line of pantsuits.
Exactly.
As you said, it's got your own individuality. It empowers you.
Absolutely.
You said it so well.
So I make a strong plea to the Gen Z to embrace the sari, adapt it, be creative with it, make your own statement, but let it be both a garment of choice as much as a garment of something that you have to do as a tribute to your heritage. So it is a combination of both of that. And, I've also spoken to designers, both Indian and Western designers I've quoted, and I've seen how this has now, sari has become part of global design as well as celebrities. I've talked about many celebrities and got their quotations as well, whether it's Sudha Reddy, Shalini Pasi, all the others who are, making waves in their own right and becoming influencers, for Gen Z. They may not belong to that, but they become influencers for Gen Z. So, and there are now, I'm also wanting to show through the book that this is not just something, a pie in the sky that I'm talking about. There are Gen Z influencers and sari enterprises who are in the forefront of taking sari into the future and making it eternal, not a museum piece anymore. Well, we still have the majority of the country, majority of women of all ages, in all areas, still faithful to the sari. So that is the good news. The other good news is that young people are still, there are, young people who are recognizing not only as an expression of their individuality and a statement dressing, but they are recognizing that this can also be a very important part of the creative economy. A whole ecosystem of weavers, printers, embroiderers, the whole range of these, industries, if you will, that go into the sari ecosystem. So it can generate employment, and it can also be sustainable. It can be about social justice. So they are contributing to also keeping alive our art and craft, which should not be lost. So it's all about that. And I'm very much calling upon them. It's, as I say, it's a conversation, this book, a conversation with the sari. And it's a love letter to the sari.
I was going to say that, yes.
and it's a meditation on the sari, but it's also very much an appeal to Gen Z to adopt this mantra of the sari.
No, that is so well said. And as I said, you really are a cultural ambassador in that sense, in terms of our tradition, in terms of our past, and, looking to the future. For that, we thank you. And thank you so much for this book.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best.
Thank you. It was lovely to be in conversation with you.
Thank you.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया। चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
यूपी में ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को नई रफ्तार। निवेश और रोजगार के अवसर अपार। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की प्रेरणा और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के दृढ़ संकल्पों से उत्तर प्रदेश इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के विकास में अग्रणी राज्य बन चुका है। नोएडा और ग्रेटर नोएडा में ऑटो कंपोनेंट और बैटरी इकाइयों के विकास के साथ 2400 सार्वजनिक चार्जिंग स्टेशन स्थापित किए गए, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप दिसंबर 2025 तक यूपी में लगभग 15 लाख इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन पंजीकृत हुए और वित्त वर्ष 2024-25 में यूपी में इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों को अपनाने की दर हुई 10%। राजधानी लखनऊ में निजी क्षेत्र की भागीदारी से नया ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट शुरू हुआ है, जहां इलेक्ट्रिक बसें और छोटे कमर्शियल वाहन बनाए जाएंगे। आज हरित मार्गों पर 750 से भी ज्यादा ई बसें संचालित होती हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के वैश्विक केंद्र के रूप में स्थापित हो रहा है। हरित राहों पर बढ़ता प्रदेश, आत्मनिर्भर उत्तर प्रदेश।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step.
on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a NewsX exclusive coverage of Budget 2026. Today we are sharing the results of our budget poll, where we asked viewers about the economy, priorities and concerns for the year ahead. First up, how do you rate India's economic growth was the big question. The results show a tie between excellent and good, with 29% of people opting for these positive ratings. The options very good and poor both received 21.4% votes. Next, we asked if Trump tariffs and global wars pose a threat to the world economy. A clear majority, 76.9% said yes, while 15.4% said maybe, and just 7.7% said no. The third question concerned the upcoming budget. When it comes to the Union Budget 2026, what should be the top priority? Our viewers spoke loud and clear. 45.5% want pollution control to be focus number one. Tax reforms, more infrastructure spending and a push for manufacturing each got 18.2%. We also asked if you saved money on big purchases after GST cuts. Well, 45.5% said no, while yes and maybe both got 27.3%. Finally, the last question, are you worried about an I beg your pardon, a gold-silver economic bubble? Well, the answer was 70% people said yes, 20% said no, and 10% said maybe. Well, there you have it, a clear snapshot of what citizens think about the economy and what they want to see in Budget 2026. But nevertheless, we'll talk about this with our guests. Joining us on the platform at this point in time is Dr. Ajit Bhattacharya, President of the CDPR. Mr. M.K. Agarwal, Senior Economist, with us on the show as well. Shekhar Vijayan, Sports Commentator and Journalist, joins us on the platform as well. Mithali Nikore, Economist, with us on the program as well. Dr. Bhattacharya, I'll begin with you. Well, you know, to me it was startling that pollution figured as a key indicator of what people want from this budget. Perhaps the budget is just a forum at this point in time, maybe an echo chamber where people want to express their frustration and the problems that we have pertaining to pollution today emanate from an aging and an ailing infrastructure. How do you think the budget can address that?
Yeah, Vineet, you would remember that for the last 4 years, every time the budget comes out, on your channel, I've been saying the one big thing missing is any commitment to pollution. And in fact, the same is what I've been saying after elections, that in a democracy, clearly pollution is one of the big issues. But that is not the matter which is picked up when the elections are being fought. So finally, we see the voice of the voice of democracy playing out, where people are demanding for a solution for pollution because they're not able to breathe anymore. You know, there is. Food is okay, water is polluted, now they can't even breathe.
I'm sorry to stop you there, sir, but there seems to be a problem with your video. We aren't able to see you. Perhaps if you could log out and log in again, that would take care of that technicality. Mithali, I'm going to put the same question to you. Important to understand that this is perhaps a great idea for the government to pick on what the people of this country want. You know, we're going to talk about tax brackets, we're going to talk about GST, we're going to talk about rationalization, we'll talk about defense spending, ports and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is that Viksit Bharat also has to commensurate with Viksit Health.
No, absolutely. And, I think that the results are actually not surprising. We might think that, okay, at the end of the day, we should be talking about macro issues during the budget because, of course, as economists, we are concerned about the fiscal deficit and about, the spending and where the revenue will come from. But for the common person today, just today, even for myself, I was shooting somewhere on a budget show. It took me 3 hours to get back to my house because that's the state of the traffic and the roads in Delhi NCR. So at the end of the day, when we think about the everyday urban amenities, and pollution is not just an amenity, it is a necessity to have clean air. The right to breathe clean air should not need to be demanded. It is just part of the fundamental right to life that the constitution gives us. So at the end of the day, if our government is not able to give us, or if the citizens coming together are violating other citizens right to life, then it really needs to be addressed. And I think that's what people are saying. And of course, even if we look at the Delhi budget, we've seen that the utilization of the funds that have even been allocated over the last almost decade has been exceedingly low, because the previous government in Delhi, and possibly even this one, has been thinking very local, very small and siloed solutions. But why the people want the Indian government and the government of India to come in here is because this is now no longer a single state or a single city problem. This is a problem for North India, which spans UP, Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, but also in other cities. Whether you look at the AQI in Mumbai, you look at the AQI even in Calcutta, you look at the AQI in Guwahati. These are places like Guwahati. I never imagined that you would have a problem of air pollution, but you do. And at the end of the day, this requires a national plan and national agenda to really move us into a space where we are not only pollution free, but our path is a green path of sustainable development, not only just about pollution in the air that we can see, but also water pollution, also other types of pollution, noise pollution. So it's very important that we now start thinking about green growth.
Shekhar, how do you look at this as an opportunity for the government to lay out a plan, to address some of these issues? The common man on the streets may not be so worried about the impact of tariffs as much an exporter would be. The common man, would not be worried about GDP numbers or India being the fourth or eventually third largest economy as much as he would be about his children's health at this point in time. Success and growth cannot take place in silos. If Germany is the third largest economy, they have a lot to show for it when it comes to the health of their nation as well as their infrastructure. How can India take a leaf out of that?
Vinny, thank you for having me over. And I think this pulse spoke the truth, the pulse which you're speaking about, and the results speak for itself. The fact is that, we're talking about pollution, we're talking about health, and this is extremely important for India. For the last few months, Delhi has been grappling with such a pure AQI, and AQI is something which everybody talks about nowadays across different cities, across different towns. It's not something which everybody is not aware of it. If you switch on your phone itself, you know what your AQI is. So I think that's going to be really important. The second thing is India as a country is so bullish about sustainability. It's so bullish about a green cover. So why not speak about, why should the budget not really focus on something as critical as this? Because I think the health matters, curbing pollution matters, and having a green cover matters, which also correlates to infrastructure, which also correlates to making sure you reach your place on time, making sure you travel quickly, and making sure there is certain momentum achieved in this. The government, what it really does, it starts off, but somehow it does not have the momentum to really finish it off quickly. I think what is really important here is people have spoken, because this has been an issue which has been going on for a long time in terms of pollution, in terms of AQI. I think your channel has covered it so much, and kudos to all of you at NewsX for bringing this up. But the real matter here is for the common man. I think this is also going to be really important, because like the age-old adage, health is wealth, and it just goes to show that the budget should really focus on this in terms of how are we going to curb it, what are the measures we're going to take, and correlate that to economic development. Because if you're not healthy as a country, if you're not healthy as a nation, it doesn't make any sense to be the fourth largest economy in the world to talk about Viksit Bharat when when the people in around you are suffering from poor health, when they're dying around you, and and nothing can be done about it. So I think this is going to be really critical. This is going to be really crucial. And the fact of the matter is, the fact that we're speaking about it today on national television means this is so important, Vineet.
Dr. Bhattacharya is back with us. Dr. Bhattacharya, are you there with us? Okay, there still seems to be a problem with your connection, sir. Let me rope in Mr. M.K. Agarwal, senior economist, into this conversation now. Mr. Agarwal, what are your views on this, inclusive impetus that the government needs to create? Every year, the budget lays out plans for India to grow in various areas, in various segments. And India has grown. There is no denying that we have grown leaps and bounds. But there are areas which are of concern. There are challenges which seem to be insurmountable because of the repetitive nature of their existence. How do you think the government should cope with that?
Well, Vineet, I believe that as we are growing, as we are transforming ourselves a lot, definitely the aspiration of the people is increasing like anything, because now they are thinking in terms of the quality of life as well. Simultaneously, they want a lavish life for themselves, and they want that government should act on that. For example, if you are looking at the pollution that has come up a very significantly in your poll of the polls, why this pollution is there? A very simple thing I am underlining, that everyone who is driving in the city or outside, everyone wants that their AC is on, whatever be the weather. And similarly, so many other things. So largely, it is the people-driven pollution now. Parali is what? Parali is also people-driven. Whether you call the farmers, whether you call the car drivers, whatever it is. And what the government is doing. Government is going for clean and green energy. And their pace of transformation is too rapid. They are using the, rubbish things to build the roads so that it is again, environment friendly. There are so many things. For example, this seeds are being developed so that it is climate resistant. So government is doing, but pollution, just like Swachhata Abhiyan, just like sex ratio improvement, it was possible because of the cooperation by the people. Now, with regard to the growth engine and inclusive growth strategy, the model has been transformed. Model has been transformed in the sense that, unlike the Western model that depends upon the corporate growth alone, they damn care about, decentralized growth. So this government, for example, if you are looking at European Union FTA with us, what is there? Our export boost is through MSME route. So this is another type of inclusive growth strategy. And if we are doing infrastructure development is size neutral in terms of the economic status. So it is benefiting everyone. If rural roads are there, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee started this type of rural road project, and that has been saturated by Modi government like anything, what are the social and economic implications? The out migration is gradually limiting itself. Number one, women empowerment has increased like anything. Moreover, in terms of hardship or weather adversities, it is very easy for the government to reach to their situation. So this way we find, and for example, this digital transformation, you can say digital kranti in India in terms of infrastructure, again it is size neutral. From a man who is getting just, you can say, Manrega money or anything like that, they are equally using it, just like a corporate house, they are using this type of thing. So I believe now the system is transforming in such a manner that things are equally distributed, opportunities are equally available to all size groups. So that's why I say the growth now that has been initiated by Modi government, it is size neutral to a large extent. So this way I find, if you take the pollution on the one hand, and I'm giving you why Swachhata Abhiyan has been successful, not because of the government initiative alone. And if you remember what Prime Minister has said when he took a room for the first time, उन्होंने कहा कि सबको साथ लेना होगा, people should come forward, it should be made जन आंदोलन. Similarly, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, that was the beginning for improvement of the sex ratio in India. If you are looking at NHFS 5 data, you'll find states like Gujarat, Punjab, Haryana, they have improved their sex ratio. In Uttar Pradesh, many districts which were having adverse sex ratio, it has improvement, and definitely government can provide security to the girls, women, like anything. But people are responding because they are having faith in the government's initiative. So it is ultimately, that's why I say this is the participatory model of development, unlike the Western model of development, that is government-led development, and Modi government has transformed. That's why you will find wonders. Similarly, if you are looking at the defense, in defense sector, what is there? Government has stopped the leakage of money by importing so much of, and they were not importing. Now, if they are producing domestically, the cost of production has been reduced like anything. So there are so many things in terms of efficiency, in terms of the timeline, in terms of the fixing the responsibilities. So there are so many things that has led to this type of transformation, and definitely pollution challenge would be resolved, but it will take some time, and people have to come forward on this path also.
All right. Well, Mithali, let's also talk about our GDP numbers. It's absolutely important to understand that the global trends at this point in time are pretty much against most modern nations and most modernized and developed nations. India has this huge opportunity to come on top. We have had dozens of FTAs which have been signed conclusively in the last few days, and that is perhaps a change which India did not want, but India needed. How is this going to in fact determine the next 5 years, or until the next elections take place in India? And how do you think India can come atop and become very close to the way China was in the early 2000s when they were modernizing everything that they all are all about today?
Thanks a lot. So I think, even when I was looking at the results of the poll that NewsX did, I think GDP is almost, in the top 4 or 5 concerns that people have highlighted, because the GDP growth is almost like a barometer of the economy's health. It's like an outcome indicator that everyone understands and says, if our GDP is growing faster, if our GDP is growing in the right direction, if the right sectors are actually growing. I mean, it's not only that services are growing, but also that manufacturing is growing. Agriculture also should be growing and contributing to GDP. This is what people also understand, that, it means that our economy is doing well. Now, where are we on GDP growth? And I think that's always a question that gets kind of lost in the headlines, right? And I think yesterday the economic survey really brought it front and center, that in FY26, we will touch a 7.4% growth rate. Makes India the fastest growing economy in the world for a decade. And that shows us, how far we've come as an economy. But at the same time, it was very crucial that the economic survey also talked about the geopolitical tensions and risks, because at the end of the day, while this growth has been hard fought and hard won for India, because we came from a time when we were told that we can't trade with the US. We came from a time when we were told that we can't participate in the WTO because of certain subsidies that we had, etc., to today the export sector being nearly a fourth of our economy. So we've come a long way to this point, to upskill our manufacturing base and upskill the people in our agriculture base. But going forward, I think the economic survey has also given us some paths to resilience of that growth. And of course, agricultural exports are $100 billion opportunity that the survey spoke about, and said that, when you have these free trade agreements, the India EU free trade agreement, the India UK free trade agreement, future is, of course, there's the India Australia comprehensive economic partnership. When you look at all of these agreements, this is where the future lies, that, these are markets that we can access at the same time for our economic resilience and to reach that turning point that China reached. One very important thing is to invest in the quality of our goods. We cannot be sending out goods or services, actually, which are subpar in quality and don't meet the compliance standards and quality standards that are required for export goods. And see, at the end of the day, this also gives an opportunity to enhance the quality for the domestic market. I mean, we always talk about things like export quality is better, that's something we've all grown up hearing. But why should that be the case? I mean, we should be producing for export quality even for our domestic market, and we should be thinking about pricing, in a transparent manner, so that we can, improve our manufacturing sector.
You're quite right about that. But we have run out of time. There's so much to expect from the budget tomorrow, and so much to, in fact, unfold, considering that the GDP numbers, or the projection of the GDP numbers, is once again extremely in favor of India. Would like to thank all our guests for being a part of this conversation. We take a short break. Be right back.
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए। MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला, पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it? Hello and welcome to the NewsX Sunday Guardian Roundtable. Well, this is the budget week. In fact, the budget is going to be presented on a Sunday for the first time. So we all have our work cut out. But today what we're going to be doing is taking a look at the expectations, what the budget, at least what we would want from the budget, the sectors that need to be marked out, that need help. And of course, the all important question of, will our taxes go up or not? How will it affect our individual pockets as well as the economy? The kind of a message the budget is going to be sending on the economy, that is very important. Joining me on the show today, I have with me Mr. Piyush Doshi. He's an operating partner at the Foundation of Economic Development. He's also got 25 years of experience in the social sector, and he works very closely with the Niti Aayog on various projects. Good to have you here, Mr. Doshi. I have Dr. Ramendra Verma. He's the national sector leader and partner at the Grant Thornton Bharat Limited, Bharat LLP, and he's also been an ex-partner and CEO at KPMG. And Rishi Shah, he's a partner and economist, and he's an economic advisory lead at the CFA Institute, USA. Mr. Doshi, I'll begin with you first. What are your expectations really from the budget that is coming up, and where do you think, or hope rather, that the finance minister would be, focusing on?
Right. So as a foundation which is focused on economic development, we always have a very long list of what we would like the government to do. But we are also very realistic about what is possible from a fiscal headroom perspective. But there are a few things certainly which we are expecting. Some of them are policy signals and other are concrete measures. In terms of policy signal, what we would like to see in this budget is a continued emphasis on improving ease of doing business by improving our regulatory environment. I think in recent months, starting with Prime Minister's announcement on the Independence Day, that we need to move towards a trust-based regulatory environment. Over the last few months, several reforms have happened in that direction. Government has announced principles for trust-based regulation, and we hope that that momentum is carried forward. And specifically in some areas, we need to push it. Customs duties, for example, and broader import regime, as well as an income tax. So if we can see some reform which will help the life of a taxpayer, not necessarily from the perspective of reducing taxes. I don't think there is much headroom for that currently, but from a perspective of making it simpler and trusting the taxpayer much more. And on the custom side, Finance Minister has already given indication that we should be simplifying our customs regime so that there are fewer litigation and the importers do not face challenges in bringing in critical input. So those are important things. So this is what I call the brakes measures, right? Getting foot off the brake. From an accelerator measure perspective, which is giving a positive push, we do expect a couple of areas which the government is talking about and give it a push. One is labor-intensive manufacturing. With this EU FTA done, we have a great opportunity to step up our exports in the European region. And therefore, if we can position ourselves even better by some targeted support for the labor-intensive sectors like footwear, leather, some of the food processing areas, we can capture a very large share of the market there, which will more than compensate for the headwinds we are facing in the US until the trade deal is done. So looking for some announcements on that side. Tourism is another big sector where we are punching well below our weight, getting just 1% share of global tourism. Prime Minister has constantly been talking about it. Would like to see a substantial allocation to this sector so that we can create a few world-class destinations where infrastructure is on par with the best. If you would just visit Egypt, a country which has same per capita income as ours, for most of the country, the cities do feel that the infrastructure is similar as our cities, but their core tourist destinations feel world-class, and they have invested in those, and that has helped them attract 10 times more tourists than similar destinations in a country. So we do need to put money behind some of our classic places, and our quality of places is best in the world. So I'm hoping for some support on manufacturing more broadly, but specifically labor-intensive manufacturing and tourism.
Fair enough. I think the main thing is, whichever way, ease of doing business seems to be the buzzword, and attracting more investment seems to be really the need of the hour. Dr. Verma, your first thoughts on what you were hoping the budget would address the factors.
So my view is, given the situation where we are in a geopolitical, scenarios, lot of things going across, it's not only in one region, US, Europe, China, all the regions we are, talking or having some uncertainty around it. So this budget is not not an opportunity to be a resilient India. I think we have to identify opportunities for us to grow to the next orbit. That's the place where I see this budget, and I think Dr. Doshi did put across a very, in a cogent manner, how are we helping our MSMEs? And if you see the trade deal which has been done, at the top of it, if you see what India has got is the benefit for our MSMEs, the textile, gem jewelry, leathers, whereas what we are importing or this thing are affluent categories, car, wines, and so on. The other good part is in the EU FTA, what we are talking about is the mobility of our IT service class, IT industries, as well as education. So these are some things which will happen, but more importantly, I think India has to see how we can use this opportunity to move our MSMEs. MSMEs account for as big as 85% of the GDP in Germany. We are far, far below it. How can we unlock that potential of MSMEs by including women? I think that's the place where I would be interested. Obviously, there will be issues. Every budget you talk about, whether there will be rate cut, whether it will be custom duty rationalization, all those things will keep on happening. Expectations will be there. I also hope that we continue our momentum on the infrastructure spend. Till last year, we are talking about what is the quantum spent we are doing on the infrastructure. Last, we dipped a bit. I hope we don't dip any further. We continue our focus on our infrastructure because that's what is going to take India to Viksit Bharat 2047.
So yes, I agree. In fact, a lot of people I've spoken to are hoping that there's more, investment on the infrastructure because that sends the right message across also to foreign investors. Mr. Shah, what is your first take on from the budget? What are you expecting?
Right. Thanks a lot. See, on the budget front, I think this is the last decade has been something that the government has followed the rules of efficient accounting, if I can call it. Budget is no longer a place wherein you talk about policies and all of that. It's a directional spend. The government actually carries out its policies creation throughout the year, and what you actually get in the budget is what kind of thought process is the government really working with. Even if you see whether it's the FTA announcements or the major schemes, they get announced throughout the year, sometimes even a week or 10 days before the budget. So I think what they've actually tried to do over the last decade is to make this as part of an accounting exercise as it happens in most of the advanced countries. So, you keep your macro fundamentals intact. You talk about your fiscal deficits, your, taxation regimes, what is the broad push, what kind of capital expenditure you're going to look for, and, you keep it at that. So that is something that, I don't think this budget is going to be any different. You're going to see that push on the capital investment front continue. You're going to see that push for more investments because, as much as the world is changing, it also gives you a chance to do something more. With every problem, there comes an opportunity. And I think this is being looked at as such by the government. And there's some positive moves. Increasingly, if you look at the FTAs that have been signed, it opens up the economy. It shows that because of the thrust of, how the global economy is moving, you have to now become competitive. You have to compete with the larger world. I think the one thing that I would want to see from the budget is a push to innovation. I think going ahead, if you look at innovation and how you can create IP in the Indian economy, rather than just look at, the traditional sectors of labor intensive and all that, I think those things will take care of themselves. There will be massive changes because of AI as it gets implemented further. So you have to create those quality jobs and you have to let people know that they can aspire to be in India and actually reach the heights that they want to, rather than always thinking that, we need to possibly go abroad. So I think a push on innovation along with the continued push on maintaining macro fundamentals and capital expenditure, that would do the economy, solid on the positive side.
Indeed, good points. I mean, the inclusion of AI and taking into account technology, I think, has to be some provisions should be made more. I hope that is also taken into account. We also have joining us Mr. Ravi Saxena. He's the CEO of Wonder Chef, and he's also built iconic businesses such as the Landmark Group, the Gloria Jeans Coffee, and Fun City. So good to have you with us, Mr. Saxena. And just the preliminary words, from everybody. What are you expecting from the budget? We'll talk about delivery later of the past budgets, but first the expectations and the hopes.
Yeah, Priya, pleasure to be here on your show. First, my recommendation is to the channels that let's start these kind of discussions 3 months before the budget. Because now it's already locked and sealed. And
you're right.
Can't do anything about it. We can only hope what comes out of the little red book. But what I believe is that considering the geopolitical environment, we are in for a lot of more shocks. So I would say there are 3 or 4 key priorities. The first one is energy security, because that is what the world is playing on. That is what the US is trying. We can all understand that they're doing it for their own good. We know we are lacking in energy sources and we have to absolutely do something about it, not only in the long run, but also in the short term. People have to believe that the government is moving in that direction in a very credible manner. And that is what will give confidence not only to the Indian markets, but also to the international investors whose money we need to grow. Second is the boosting of manufacturing. We cannot shy away from that. Yes, absolutely. I totally agree with Rishi in terms of high-tech products, innovation, and AI. But the millions of jobs that need to be created in India will not be only in the high-tech, will not be only in the GCCs. They have to be in the manufacturing. Otherwise, all these free trade agreements are meaningless. Then we need to continue to enhance our capital flows. And for that, we need to take care of to some extent, if I may use the word tax terrorism, because that still abounds not only for Indian companies, but also for international companies. And all the good that we do over the years gets destroyed by a few bad examples. So absolutely, the capital inflows have to be there. We have to minimize trade disruptions, because as we often say in India, that Indian businesses succeed not because of the government, but despite it. I think this has to become a distant memory. A lot of good has been done in the last 10, 12 years, but still a lot needs to be done at the execution level. At the policy level, I think we are going quite well in the right direction. But at the execution level, when we deal with the people on ground day to day, especially when we are in manufacturing in the factories, I think it's still a lot of things. And my final point, Priya, is that I want to remind our viewers of the most successful company ever to be created on this earth. And that was the East India Company, right? Which gave dividends for hundreds of years non-stop to its shareholders, ruled over 50 countries. And their philosophy was simple. Take raw material, process it and sell it to those markets. What we are doing in India is we are making our raw material more expensive. There are duties on our raw material. We don't have proper, well-priced aluminum, copper, steel, which are the basics of any business. And you know what? We have mines for these things. We have world-class resources, but these materials are expensive. So if our processing of these raw materials is expensive or somebody is making undue profits, we have to allow imports of these material so that our finished goods, the value-added goods, can be competitive in the global markets. Otherwise, whatever we do, we can squeeze the labor dry, but we will not be competitive.
Well, excellent points. In fact, you were not here when the earlier speakers spoke, but you are quite in resonance with them as well, especially Dr. Doshi. I think manufacturing is important. Help our
Great minds think
manufacturers.
alike, and me and Doshi share the same alma mater. So no wonder that
I am Ahmedabad, yes, I noticed.
Okay.
So, in fact, a lot of the points are there, and I think I did a show earlier on the challenge from Chinese imports. The whole in terms of our anti-dumping laws, etc. So, manufacturing sector has really been ignored and needs help in India. Really,
Absolutely.
otherwise we'll keep facing that problem also of jobless growth that is happening. Also, I'm going to take a break and come back and keep this conversation going. I have a set of excellent speakers on the panel, so stay with us. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX.
Hello and welcome back to the NewsX Sunday Guardian Roundtable. Well, with a few hours ready to go before the budget, the countdown has begun. And I know we're a little late, as one of my panelists pointed out. But let's see where, the budget, also as Dr. Doshi said, is a marker of the policy intent of the government. So let's see, Dr. Doshi, in terms of, our biggest challenge, what would you say is, the global environment, the Chinese imports, too much regulation, maybe ease of doing business, as you pointed out, is the need of the hour. So are these, anything else that you would like to add or react to what the others have said?
I think our biggest challenge is that we need to be competitive. We need the world market to be able to growing fast. And therefore, we need to be competitive in the world market. And today, we are facing a very fierce competitor in China. They are a super efficient machine. They have found a way to win in sector after sector, build scale. And unfortunately, while we have made a lot of progress, if this were a race, right, we were probably running a 100-meter race in 15 seconds. and now we are running it in 12 seconds. But that's no good if our competitor is running it in 10 seconds. So we need to be better or as good as our closest competitor to win here. And hence, we cannot relax. I would commend the government for a lot of steps in the positive direction, but more needs to be done. I talked about some deregulation. I think the global headwinds, trade, etc., don't help. But I think if I were to lay out priorities, EU FTA, great thing. We need to get our US trade deal done so that our companies do not face unnecessary burden. Second, if we think about competitiveness of our exports, talking about manufacturing exports, because that's where lots of jobs are, as Ravi mentioned, we need to make sure that our companies get raw materials at competitive prices, and hence, the customs duties need to be at a level at which it doesn't hinder competitiveness, and therefore I'm expecting some reforms in that direction, rationalization of duties in particular. Third, on the labor front, new labor codes have been announced. And this has given states flexibility to be much more liberal with their labor regime. I would like to see some states take this opportunity and now create an environment in which, let's say, firms, while the central threshold has been raised to 300, states which want labor-intensive manufacturing should raise it much further. They have been given flexibility on some other dimension. They should use this flexibility to further liberalize their labor environment so that manufacturing is attracted to those states. So that's labor. Third is power. That is also a source of competitive disadvantage. Again, some recent reforms have been done. I would like to see a stronger push, both carrot and stick approach for states, so that they should go for large-scale privatization of power distribution and completely remove this cross-subsidization from industry to domestic and agriculture. If we want to subsidize domestic and agriculture, it should be done directly from budget and not at the expense of industry, because it makes us uncompetitive. Fourth sector is logistics. Again, we should be transporting goods at much lower cost through rail, but because of cross-subsidization, our rail freight is very expensive. So I would like to see that removed. And fifth and final one is taxation, where I'm not expecting reduction in tax rate, but definitely much more simplification so that foreign investors in particular do not see it as a hurdle in investing in India. Hope that we see some gifts on one or more of these fronts.
Well, I hope so too. And, for me, your point on taxation is one that is really holding the most. I do hope that there is, at the end of the day, because the salaried class is still facing the burden, despite what they say. So I do hope that is taken into account. But Dr. Verma, anything you want to add? And also, so if you're just looking, we all in media like labels. So is this going to be, are you hoping for an investment-driven budget, consumption-driven budget? What is the need of the hour?
So I think before we go there, I think we did talk about a lot of manufacturing, energy. I do resonate with them. But if we are thinking of being a developed India, I think we have to be self-reliant on many of the things where we are still not. And it's just little, around 2 decades of time left. China has had much larger time play to develop its competence and strength. So right now, we did talk about using AI. I think the issue is not about using AI. The issue is how sovereign are we to use AI, as well as the IT in general. Are we dependent on the clouds and the technologies from the West? Because as long as we are, at no point of time, we can call ourselves completely independent and sovereign. That's point number one. Point number two is still we are far, far away from, manufacturing on the, higher end of engineering. The Boeings and the missiles and the level of technical supremacy which China has developed in the last 2 decades, whether it is in terms of defense, which we saw in the last year, how they have made it and at what price they have made it. I think this is the second area where India needs to start thinking of right now. These will give much larger returns after a decade, not now, possibly. So there may be a burden on the budget as far as it is concerned for the next decade or so. But that's where we are going to save our foreign, our foreign, our money over there rather than purchasing it from the West. The third thing, I think energy was being talked about. I think India has a good story in developing and being self-reliant on the energy, especially the solar part. I think compact nuclear reactors also are something which we haven't been able to scale it up, but that's another area where if we are able to do it, I think that's going to give us a good, strong backbone for us to become developed India. The fourth thing which I wanted to talk about is we have been talking about the mother of all deals, but still it's rather than just having the euphoria over it. I think there are lots of things to be done. Especially this has to be ratified by country by country. That's one. The second is non-tariff barriers have not been talked about. So CBAM stuff is still kept open-ended. How it will get resolved, I don't know. That's another area of concern which India has to take note of and get it addressed with the European Union, especially when we are going to export our product to Europe. These non-tariff barriers may hit us even if we have this FTA with them. So these are a few things now coming, whether it is investment or consumer driven.
But just quickly, because I want to get the others in before we run out of time. So
Sure. So I think we had our stint on the consumer budget by in the last year we have been focusing on that. It is going to give us return only in a short run. I think longer term returns will come from investment driven budget, and that's what I would be hoping for in terms of in a longer duration. That's what's going to give us return.
thank you so much, Dr. Verma. Mr. Shah, what your take on what the others have said also, and anything you want to add?
Yeah, I was just saying that, I have maybe a slight difference of opinion with some of our, participants and panelists here. I believe that, the government has done enough on, at least on some of the taxation front, at least with the GST reform and, with the income taxes also. They would want to just sort of wait and see how that plays out over the, because it's just been barely a year for the income tax. Part of it, not even a year, and for GST, maybe a quarter. You would like to see how things are playing out and, then decide on that. On the other side, I think the government will continue to focus on the fundamental factors of growth. That is, like is pointed out earlier, capital investment, infrastructure, the ease of doing business. When I say ease, it's not just on paper, genuine ease to ensure that businesses are celebrated and we don't look down upon somebody who's earning money. I think that they are creating the jobs. We should sort of, go all out for that. We need to celebrate our businesses that way. The other aspect I think we should look at is something to do with quality. The time is run out wherein you can actually compete with the China. Let's be very clear. You can't have, it's an autocratic sort of, rule there. You are a democracy. You have certain constraints. You will have to deal with those. You cannot do that at that scale. Where are your markets? What do you really want to concentrate on? You need to sort of, identify those. So largely, these are some of the aspects which I think will be done. The one important point that I will sort of point out is a lot of the metrics that you will see coming out of the budget in terms of the fiscal deficit, in terms of the levels of debt, they will change over the next month as you get the new GDP series, which will account for a more realistic measure of where the GDP stands. You will see that while the percentage growth in GDP may not change that much, the overall quantum of GDP is likely to go up. Once that happens, your overall debt levels and everything start to look much more sanguine. Your states will have much more, space to borrow. So that will sort of, play out. So we're comfortable from that macroeconomic perspective also. It's some of these qualitative aspects that we will possibly want to focus on more.
Thank you. And Ravi, last word to you really on what others have said and anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think a lot of interesting points have been there. I'll just say that money makes the world go round. And we have two sources of money, the domestic investor and the international investors. So whatever we do and all the good points that we have to implement in terms of manufacturing and infrastructure and AI, money is needed. And how do we ensure people, how do we give them assurance that this money is safe? So on one hand, when geopolitics is making everyone nervous, I think predictability matters more than incentives. So we have to move away from the very election-oriented, the yojanas and the giveaways and all that, because the tax-paying class is worried about all that. And we have
I could not agree with you more. Sorry.
And we have to push domestic savings into productive assets, like, pensions or insurance or bonds, which become investors in that sense, and even AFIs. And this is for the domestic money. And for the international capital, I think, again, we have to be fiscally prudent, like we have been. But in these uncertain global conditions, the fiscal credibility will be the competitive advantage of India. We are already on a good wicket. We have a good image, like the EU president also recently said. But we have to walk that talk, and we have to make sure that the monies which come into India is not just hot capital, but coming in for long-term investments in projects. And I think if we have the right capital flows and create the right environment, we can be there.
On that note, thank you so much. This really was a very fascinating discussion. I learned a lot. So thank you all for this conversation. And well, fingers crossed on February 1st. Let's see what happens. Thank you. This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला NDH मसाला
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
कभी खेलों के मानचित्र पर उत्तर प्रदेश सिर्फ संभावनाओं का नाम था, पर 2017 के बाद संभावनाएं संरचना बनी। जनपदों में स्टेडियम, ब्लॉकों में मिनी स्टेडियम और गांव में मैदान। खेल अब शहरों तक सीमित नहीं रहे। लखनऊ से मेरठ, वाराणसी से आत्मविश्वास, लगन और विजय का गूंजता संदेश। ये है नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this?
All right, so breaking news coming in. The Union Budget 2026 is set to be tabled tomorrow. The economic survey presented on January 29th offers a clear snapshot of where the Indian economy stands. The survey projects real GDP growth of between 6.8 and 7.2% for financial year 27. What makes these numbers important? Well, as the US Department of Justice released over 3 million pages of Epstein files and documents, reports are surfacing which say that Prime Minister Modi's name finds a mention in those files. Now, the official spokesperson of the Indian government has released a statement addressing these allegations. The statement read, and I quote, "We have seen reports of an email message from the so-called Epstein files that has a reference to the Prime Minister and his visit to Israel. Beyond the fact of the Prime Minister's official visit to Israel in July 2017, the rest of the allusions in the email are little more than trashy ruminations by a convicted criminal, which deserve to be dismissed with the utmost contempt." All right, well, the Union Budget 2026 is set to be tabled tomorrow. The economic survey presented on the 29th of January offers a clear snapshot of where the Indian economy stands. The survey projects real GDP growth of between 6.8 and 7.2% for FY27. What makes these numbers stand out is that they come despite global headwinds, including Trump-era tariffs and heightened trade uncertainty. So, is India doing fine despite tariff pressures is the big question. The data suggests yes. With strategic adjustments underway, the economic survey notes that Indian exporters are gradually reducing their dependence on the US market. Data from April to November of financial year 26 shows a clear shift towards the Middle East, Europe, Africa and select Asian economies. Free trade agreements are now beginning to kick in, helping open new markets and soften the impact of protectionist measures elsewhere. This realignment is clearly visible in sectoral data as well. Exports of gems and jewelry to the US fell sharply by 44.3%, almost half. At the same time, shipments to the UAE and Hong Kong have surged, together accounting for nearly 53% of total exports, a strong signal of export diversification. On the domestic front, policy support has provided a cushion. Income tax relief and GST cuts have helped boost consumption, supporting demand even as global conditions remain uncertain. And India's macroeconomic buffers remain strong. Foreign exchange reserves have touched a record high of $709 billion. And the big picture is this. Despite tariff pressures and global trade risks, India's economy is holding steady and strong. Backed by growth, FTA is opening new doors every now and then, tax relief supporting demand, and record forex reserves ahead of budget 2026. We'll talk about this with our guest tonight. Joining us on the show is Mr. Sumit Peer, senior political commentator, Dr. Ajit Bhattacharya, president of the CDPR, with us on the show as well, Mr. Pathikrit Pine, foreign affairs expert, with us on the show, and last but not the least, Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor, former diplomat, with us on the program as well. Sumit, I will begin with you. Well, there is a concept of deduction in psychology, which is called the concept of a glass being half full or a glass being half empty. Well, for Donald Trump, I guess the glass was always half full, and that's why he made these changes. But for India, the half glass that was empty has turned out to be an opportunity to fill it up with other areas and geopolitical realities which are going to take the economy to the next level. We are poised to grow. We are poised to, in fact, take the world along with us. India has always batted for the underprivileged, including the global south. How do you think the next year is going to pan out in terms of India showing the way to the world? Well, if it's not option A, India always has an option B. We are backed by this mammoth, this gargantuan consumption in our country.
Vinny, thank you very much for having me on your show, and a very beautiful way to put the question and how you have drawn the parallels. Vinny, the thing is, if you look at anybody today, if you look at the European Union, if you look at all the rating agencies, if you look at, for that matter, anybody today, all have one thing which they agree about India. India is the only country which offers stabilization to the global economy now. Now, if you look at what Ms. Ursula had to say, or what Mr. Antonio had to say, and what even the people in the America are saying, that it is the India who is, granting or who is providing that stability to the global economy. India is the fastest growing big economy, again, continuous in a row. We are looking at Canada, who has grown at last year at 0.6%. We are looked at UK, has grown at 1.2%. Mostly Europeans are doing that, and America is around 1.5%. Now, you were last year talking of a growth of, calendar year, we're talking of a growth of 7 to 8%. Now, still next year, we're talking of a growth of around 7 to 7.2%. Our foreign exchange reserves are intact. Our FTAs are happening. You have a FTA with European Union, possibly you're going to have America, you're going to have Canada, and you have 14 more people who are knocking your doors for their FTAs. I mean, if you look at the inflation, 1.7% on average. If you look at the tax basket will go up by 20%, 12%, right? And then if you look at the overall revenues of the government, they are going up. If you look at the GST collection, 1.4 lakh crores on average, and you are maintaining it. So broadly, if you do a parameter check of the macro parameters of the Indian economy, inflation, jobs created, and again, 15 by 15% every year you are increasing the spend on the infrastructure, right? And again, these infrastructure-led projects created 6 million direct jobs. So if you look at the overall picture, the country is doing fine. The inflation is under control. The demand is surging. We are able to produce more. Our CPI, our CPM, those indexes are doing fine. Our foreign exchange reserves are growing. We are exporting more, and we have been hardly impacted by the US tariffs overall as a country. Some sectors, though, are impacted. We have been able to diversify our exports. We have been able to go to the markets which were untapped before. And with that, the acceptance of India as a global player is more and more increasing. Today, it is the world who wants India to be on their side. If I give you a comment, Vineet, you told about the half and the full glass. I'll give you another, something similar like that. Today, Bharat is like Sri Krishna. Whose ever side the Sri Krishna is, that side is going to win. It doesn't matter. Sri Krishna has taken a vow, he will not use even his Sudarshan Chakra once. He will not carry any weapon. But even if you have the greatest of the greatest on the other side and you have Krishna with you, you're bound to win. That is what exactly the role of Bharat is. And Bharat has been very consistent. Bharat doesn't get provoked. Bharat doesn't get into that rhetorical business. Our ministers don't talk like Lieutenant and Besant. We are very focused. And when we were talking this deal with Europe, when we were doing this deal with Europe, at the parallel, we were also having our channels on with the Americans. Now, who is running pillar and post to get the deal in is the American ambassador today. Who is meeting Jai Shankar, then they are meeting Mr. Piyush Goyal, then they are getting a bipartisan delegation here. It's the Americans. So today, if you see, Bharat is at a position where Bharat is not only offering stability to its economy, and now with the European economy, with the European FTA to Europe, but overall at a global level with the economical parameters which are grow fast, which are resilient. And by the way, our foreign debt has reduced from 23% to 17%. And we have a neighbor called China, whose cumulative debt is now assumed to be $70 trillion, which is approximately one third of the global debt, somewhere around that, because $315 trillion is the total global debt. So if you look at all those parameters, And if you look about the population growth, everything is pretty much steady. You control around 40% of the global food supplies. And there are around 20 sectors in which you are number 4 or number 3 in the world as on date, and still you will grow at 6.8 to 7.2%. Now, if you want me to put in 2-3 minutes, this is what I can put, and this is what the outlook is. And name me one country, sir, with so much minuscule foreign debt and overall debt and growing at this rate, and these are the economical parameters, and this is the health of the economy. Sir, there is no other country except Bharat.
You're quite right, and well put, Sumit. Dr. Bhattacharya, India is slated to grow in 26. The average by a number of forums throughout the world is around 6.5%. China comes close if you do a consensus at 4.10. The United States at 1.8, and the United Kingdom at 1.5. France and Germany hovering somewhere close to 1.2. If you combine China and the United States, it still doesn't topple the growth that India is projecting in the next 1 year. Obviously, we will have our own path. We will have our own trajectory if things do not work out, with the Americans. So the question here is, Dr. Bhattacharya, what if there is no FTA with the United States? Is that good for us or better for us?
No, more FTAs the better, because if you see the kind and quality of FTAs being signed now, they're much better in quality. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that people look at the FTAs signed with Japan, Korea, and ASEAN, which were the 3 FTAs which were kind of the millstone around the Indian industry, because they were not framed properly, and therefore any data emanating from it and saying that FTAs are not good for India are really not the correct data, because these FTAs were hurriedly created and not really thought through. The new set of FTAs that are coming up with New Zealand, with EU, with EFTA, and so on, are brilliant FTAs. In fact, the FTA with EFTA region, which comprises Switzerland and others, actually has a very innovative investment component. There's $100 billion that EFTA will invest into India in the next 10 years, which is frankly quite unprecedented. So if you're able to crack one more deal with US, then why not? Now look at it from this perspective, that in spite of losing about $40 billion of trade with US, I mean, we managed to get the balance $20 billion saved, but about $40 billion is what we took a hit on. In spite of that, our total exports is still pretty much same and growing, which means that if we are able to get US back on the table, then the kind of growth we will have will be astonishing, will be explosive, because that's the additional jam that we'll get on the cake. So this would be fantastic if we are able to get that deal in. If not, we are still doing very well. The loser in this equation will not be India in that sense. It will be the United States for multiple reasons. The inflation that the American people will face because of this deal not coming through will be quite significant. Also, geopolitically, as Sumit Peer mentioned, the world is splitting into 2 kinds of economy, the American and the non-American. Earlier, during the Cold War era, it was a Western economy and the communist economy. Now it's splitting into the American and non-American, and clearly the European-India trade relationship is the pivot for this non-European economy that's shaping up as we move forward. So it's in US's interest that they quickly form this deal. If that deal happens, again, it's great for India. If not, we are still doing pretty fine.
Ambassador Kapoor, how are you looking at this for the Americans? The word in the echelons of DC is that Donald Trump is quite worried about the FTA that India has signed with the European Union. In fact, his close confidants have told him that it's the Americans who will have to come to the table with India, and not vice versa. And of course, the economic survey and our growth trajectory is a testament to the confidence that we have shown while dealing with the Americans. We have not relented to their demands.
Thank you, Vineet. Well, in the sense that the tables have not turned completely, and it is moving towards a positive perspective for India and India's standing vis-a-vis USA in particular, because the economy here is definitely taking a hit. And our signing with the EU, for example, and then having discussions with Canada having signed with UK earlier, having signed with other countries, is something which is of concern to them. They are now trying to up their ante and see how they can also come to some sort of an agreement with India. So it's bound to happen sooner rather than later, which was not the case earlier. So it will be good for both the sides. What I want to also say is that the Indian diaspora plays a very significant role in a lot of these aspects in so many different ways, which are both tangible and intangible. In the sense, if we see the amount of remittances which are coming into India, which add to our forex reserves, which add to our financial muscle, which add to our strength, is very significant. The diaspora also plays a very important role in policy making now in many countries of the world, because they are embedded into the governments, including in the US. So it is not very easy for governments to take a stance which is, very harsh on India, let me put it that way, for a very long extended period of time. They have to relent at some stage. So that stage is coming in the US also, because other realities also hitting them hard in the face, in the sense that vis-a-vis India, as one of the earlier panelists, Sumit Peer, very, very nicely pointed out, there is bipartisan support for US-India relations on the Hill regularly. The co-chairs of the India caucus, every year, every new term of every new president, they sign a letter to the president, both the co-chairs, one from the Democrats, one from the Republicans, that we may have our differences on various issues, but on one issue we want to assure you of full support of both the parties, is the US relations with India. So those sort of letters are on record, always put by the two co-chairs. So there is a lot of groundswell of support always for US-India relations. At the leadership level, at the White House level, things go off track, as we have seen, and then they go in a very big hole for quite some time. But then India's response to those difficulties has been very diplomatic, and I guess it has proved to be correct, in the sense you cannot get excited, because in the rules of diplomacy we know that there are rules of reciprocity. For example, if one country takes certain steps against you take similar steps against them. But India has been playing it very, very calmly for so many years now, in the sense when the relations went downhill, even with Biden, where they decided to, create a lot of difficulties for visas, for H-1B visas, for other visas, for tourist visas. The interview wait time increased from a few weeks to years, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. At that stage also, when the Indians asked the government of India to put it as a reciprocal matter and stop issuing visas for Americans similarly, or delay them in to longer extended periods of years, the Indian government absolutely blankly refused. They said that visa is an internal matter, sovereign matter of every country. The US may have decided something in its own wisdom. We don't understand that, but we are not going to take reciprocal measures against the Americans for visas to India. So those sort of steps they have taken, which have shocked the Americans also in a way, because they thought that India would react to say, oh, we will put it as an agenda item for the Joint Commission meeting for our next interaction with the US. India just blankly refused. They said, we are not going to discuss this issue at all. It is for them to realize. Now, for the Americans to understand that H-1B is H-1B of today, but of tomorrow he is an American citizen. And already as an H-1B is contributing significantly. As a citizen, he is contributing even more in terms of taxes, in terms of legal compliances, in terms of growth of the economy here, in terms of job creation, in terms of every other way, highest levels of education, highest of every sort of achievement. So highest income paying, highest income earning.
Yeah, you're right, sir, but the trends seem to be changing now, Pathikrit, isn't it? There are greener pastures now being explored by India and Indians as well. Let's also talk about economic output, Pathikrit. Ms. Gopinath also just a few days ago mentioned how India's economic output could be enhanced, could be proliferated, if certain environmental issues are done away with it. How are you looking at this budget as an opportunity to right some of these wrongs?
No, but there are no wrongs. Where are the wrongs? There's no wrong.
That can't be. That can't be true.
No,
that
I'm
can't be.
telling
Come
you.
on, let's not patronize our viewers. That can't be true. There are issues, Pathikarit. Come on.
Let me speak.
Right.
When I said there are no wrongs, doesn't mean the country does not need any reform. When I said there are no wrongs, it means that it's a continuous process, and the last thing India needs is sermons from anybody from abroad that what India should do now, because there
Who
have
would
been
that
for the
be?
last 5 years. Everybody from United States to the multilateral institutions and the kind of lectures they give, everybody.
Okay.
Because everybody had almost written an India's obituary when the COVID situation happened. Almost everybody was, willing to write the Indian story off. I know. I mean, most people may have forgotten the kind of editorials in the Western newspaper that used to come that time. And it was India's own journey against all odds, and including the multilateral institutions and the Western countries, the kind of pressure they put on India so that India don't stop taking oil from Russia. India was alone in that path. And that's the reason I'm saying that there are no wrongs, because nobody else needs to tell India what it should do. Because when it went through the most difficult situation, when there were no vaccines, India had to go through the difficult journey of making its own vaccine and give it to 99 other countries when the Western world was not giving. And let me tell you, the Biden administration did not create the path better for us. We have our own challenges. That has to be dealt with. There are multiple internal issues, policy issues that we have to deal with. But I think the global West must stop telling us what is good for us. You talk about the environmental issues. I mean, what kind of environmental issues? There are, the kind of structural reforms in a democracy in the last 10 years Prime Minister Modi brought in. The biggest challenge in a country like India, where there's so much of a fractured politics, is to stay in power. Staying in power and doing those kind of changes, from GST on a country for 1.5 billion people, or the kind of reforms in terms of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Act, or the kind of social reform that has been brought in, or the production-linked incentive, or the kind of tax reform that was brought in, whether it is direct tax or indirect tax, or the kind of reforms in the critical mineral policy research. These are commendable things. Yes, there are challenges. We do have administrative issues to deal with. We have bureaucratic issues to deal with. I'm not saying we don't have issues. But I think when you have too many challenges all across, the kind of neighborhood we have, and I'll tell you tomorrow when the budget comes out, there will be a 20% enhancement in the defense budget. There will be some people who will start crying that, oh no, we don't need it. But we do, because we have seen what the...
All right, we have a paucity of time. I quickly want to have Sumit speak for 30 seconds and then we have to in fact wrap up. Sumit, 30 seconds please.
You did not do justice, Vineet. I didn't even get 3 minutes time.
I know, we have a paucity of time. I apologize. Sumit?
Vinny, the only point which I'm trying to make here is that India is the beacon of hope. India is doing everything right. And the people of India and the government of India is doing whatever we can do for good, not only for India, but the collective good of the world. That the world has to realize. And Americans doing FTA with us, Canadians doing FTA with us, another 15 people which are queuing up. It is in their supreme interest. They have to do this FTA to make their economies and to make the world economy stable. Nobody kind of, will not, we might have Donald Trump throwing tantrums and all, but at the end of the day, we know that he needs this FTA as much as we need it. And when we did the FTA with Europe, Vineet, one point I want to make. You know what is the worth of that FTA? It is valued at $27 trillion. And you know how much?
Sumit, unfortunately, we have to wrap up. Appreciate your thoughts. We'll speak again tomorrow. We have the whole day to talk about the budget and some of these pointers. Thank you, everyone. All right, with that, let me go across to my colleague Uday Pratap Singh for the latest news from Maharashtra.
Hello, my name is Uday Pratap Singh. You're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. Here's what's making the headlines in Maharashtra this week. In a massive economic triumph at Davos, Maharashtra has sealed MOUs worth 30 lakh crore rupees with preliminary talks for another 10 lakh crores, set to create 40 lakh jobs and build India's first innovation city near Mumbai. Watch this special report.
Maharashtra has achieved a massive milestone of the World Economic Forum 2026 in Davos, with Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis announcing that the state has signed MOUs worth Rs 30 lakh crores, with preliminary talks completed for an additional 10 lakh crores. This landmark haul is set to create up to 40 lakh jobs across the state. Highlighting the global appeal, 83% of these agreements involve foreign direct investment from 18 countries including the US, UK, Singapore, Japan, Switzerland, Germany, UAE and more. The remaining 16% focus on foreign technology partnerships spanning sectors like AI, quantum computing, data centers, green steel, health, food processing, fintech, logistics and urban development. In a game-changing announcement, Maharashtra will partner with Tata Group with an investment of over 1 lakh crores to build India's first innovation city near Mumbai, a future-ready hub for AI, semiconductors, GCCs and innovation. Detailed planning begins in the next 6 to 8 months.
पुढच्या काही वर्षांमध्ये आपण मुंबईला एक सर्क्युलर इकॉनॉमीचं शहर म्हणून त्या ठिकाणी पोर्ट्रे करू शकू आणि हेच टेम्पलेट आपण सगळ्या मोठ्या शहरांमध्ये पुण्यामध्ये नागपूरमध्ये सगळ्या मोठ्या शहरांमध्ये आपण नेऊ शकू अशा पद्धतीनं ही गुंतवणूक आपण या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे.
In other news, the Maharashtra government and MMRDA have signed deals with 11 global giants for the Raigad Pen Growth Center, the first city in 3rd Mumbai and a hub for tech, fintech and data centers. Unlocking over 1 lakh crore rupees in investments. Here's a report.
At the World Economic Forum 2026 in Davos, the Maharashtra government and the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority have signed MOUs with 11 leading global companies to develop the Raigad Pen Growth Center, envisioned as the first city in 3rd Mumbai and a next-generation hub for technology, fintech, data centers and global capability centers. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who was present for the signings, extended a warm invitation to international investors to make Raigad Pen a premier business and investment destination. This strategic project, located just 15 to 20 kilometers from the Navi Mumbai International Airport, will be modeled after Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex as a world-class international business district.
A lot of foreign companies have already shown their interest to invest in this new city, whereby it will host a lot of GCCs, it will host fintech, it will host. So it will be a very inclusive business district.
Meanwhile, at the Bombay High Court, Deputy CM Eknath Shinde honored CJI Justice Suryakant, highlighting Maharashtra's conviction rate soaring from 9% to 45% and pushing for 60%, while stressing justice, democracy and judicial infrastructure upgrades. Take a look.
In a grand felicitation ceremony at the Bombay High Court, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde honored Chief Justice of India Justice Suryakant, emphasizing that as long as justice-loving people hold the highest positions, our constitution and democracy remain secure. The event celebrated India's robust judicial system and Maharashtra's strides in delivering swift justice to the common man. Deputy Chief Minister Shinde highlighted Maharashtra's remarkable progress in conviction rates, rising from a mere 9% to 45% under the current government, with ambitious plans to push it to 60%. He stressed the focus on bolstering judicial infrastructure, technology and manpower to ensure faster trials and greater accountability in the system. The Deputy Chief Minister urged Justice Suryakant to grant full bench status to the Kolhapur Circuit Bench during his tenure, fulfilling a long-standing demand that would bring quicker access to justice for people in Western Maharashtra. He praised Justice Suryakant's inspiring journey from a middle-class Haryana family to the Supreme Court, calling it a beacon for youth through hard work, honesty, and dedication.
Emphasizing green energy leadership, CM Devendra Fadnavis has announced at the World Economic Forum 2026 that Maharashtra is on track for 16 gigawatt solar power by year-end through Asia's largest decentralized program, slashing farmer costs, cutting emissions and powering a sustainable future. Here's more.
Maharashtra is scripting a global success story in the renewable energy. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, speaking at the World Economic Forum 2026 in Davos, announced that the state is on track to achieve 16 gigawatts of solar power generation by the end of this year through Asia's largest decentralized solar energy program. The Chief Minister presented Maharashtra's transformative model, which has solarized every agriculture feeder independently, creating a dedicated company to supply clean power to farmers. This initiative has drastically reduced electricity cost for the farmers from rupees 8 per unit to less than rupees 3, easing the burden on industries and domestic consumers while saving billions in power purchase cost over the coming years. The Chief Minister emphasized how Maharashtra has reshaped its entire energy sector in under a decade, from just 13% renewables a few years ago to ambitious plans for 52% renewable power by 2030 and 45 gigawatt additional generation, including 70% solar generation by 2032.
These are this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
Hello and welcome. You're watching a NewsX exclusive coverage of Budget 2026. Today we are sharing the results of our budget poll, where we asked viewers about the economy, priorities and concerns for the year ahead. First up, how do you rate India's economic growth was the big question. The results show a tie between excellent and good, with 29% of people opting for these positive ratings. The options very good and poor both received 21.4% votes. Next, we asked if Trump tariffs and global wars pose a threat to the world economy. A clear majority, 76.9% said yes, while 15.4% said maybe, and just 7.7% said no. The third question concerned the upcoming budget. When it comes to the Union Budget 2026, what should be the top priority? Our viewers spoke loud and clear. 45.5% want pollution control to be focus number one. Tax reforms, more infrastructure spending and a push for manufacturing each got 18.2%. We also asked if you saved money on big purchases after GST cuts. Well, 45.5% said no, while yes and maybe both got 27.3%. Finally, the last question. Are you worried about an AI, I beg your pardon, a gold silver economic bubble? Well, the answer was 70% people said yes, 20% said no, and 10% said maybe. Well, there you have it, a clear snapshot of what citizens think about the economy and what they want to see in Budget 2026. But nevertheless, we'll talk about this with our guests. Joining us on the platform at this point in time is Dr. Ajit Bhattacharya, President of the CDPR. Mr. M.K. Agarwal, Senior Economist, with us on the show as well. Shekhar Vijayan, Sports Commentator and Journalist, joins us on the platform as well. Mithali Nikore, Economist, with us on the program as well. Dr. Bhattacharya, I'll begin with you. Well, you know, to me it was startling that pollution figured as a key indicator of what people want from this budget. Perhaps the budget is just a forum at this point in time, maybe an echo chamber where people want to express their frustration and the problems that we have pertaining to pollution today emanate from an aging and an ailing infrastructure. How do you think the budget can address that?
Yeah, Vineet, you would remember that for the last 4 years, every time the budget comes out, on your channel, I've been saying the one big thing missing is any commitment to pollution. And in fact, the same is what I've been saying after elections, that in a democracy, clearly pollution is one of the big issues. But that is not the matter which is picked up when the elections are being fought. So finally, we see the voice of the voice of democracy playing out, where people are demanding for a solution for pollution because they're not able to breathe anymore. You know, there is food is okay, water is polluted. Now they can't even breathe.
I'm sorry to stop you there, sir, but there seems to be a problem with your video. We aren't able to see you. Perhaps if you could log out and log in again, that would take care of that technicality. Mithali, I'm going to put the same question to you. Important to understand that this is perhaps a great idea for the government to pick on what the people of this country want. You know, we're going to talk about tax brackets, we're going to talk about GST, we're going to talk about rationalization, we'll talk about defense spending, ports and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is that Viksit Bharat also has to commensurate with Viksit Health.
No, absolutely. And, I think that the results are actually not surprising. We might think that, okay, at the end of the day, we should be talking about macro issues during the budget because, of course, as economists, we are concerned about the fiscal deficit and about, the spending and where the revenue will come from. But for the common person today, just today, even for myself, I was shooting somewhere on a budget show. It took me 3 hours to get back to my house because that's the state of the traffic and the roads in Delhi NCR. So at the end of the day, when we think about the everyday urban amenities, and pollution is not just an amenity, it is a necessity to have clean air. The right to breathe clean air should not need to be demanded. It is just part of the fundamental right to life that the constitution gives us. So at the end of the day, if our government is not able to give us, or if the citizens coming together are violating other citizens right to life, then it really needs to be addressed. And I think that's what people are saying. And of course, even if we look at the Delhi budget, we've seen that the utilization of the funds that have even been allocated over the last almost decade has been exceedingly low because the previous government in Delhi, and possibly even this one, has been thinking very local, very small and siloed solutions. But why the people want the Indian government and the government of India to come in here is because this is now no longer a single state or a single city problem. This is a problem for North India, which spans UP, Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, but also in other cities. Whether you look at the AQI in Mumbai, you look at the AQI even in Calcutta, you look at the AQI in Guwahati. These are places like Guwahati. I never imagined that you would have a problem of air pollution, but you do. And at the end of the day, this requires a national plan and national agenda to really move us into a space where we are not only pollution free, but our path is a green path of sustainable development, not only just, about pollution in the air that we can see, but also water pollution, also other types of pollution, noise pollution. So it's very important that we now start thinking about green growth.
Hmm. Shekhar, how do you look at this as an opportunity for the government to lay out a plan, to address some of these issues? The common man on the streets may not be so worried about the impact of tariffs as much an exporter would be. The common man, would not be worried about GDP numbers or India being the fourth or eventually third largest economy as much as he would be about his children's health at this point in time. Success and growth cannot take place in silos. If Germany is the third largest economy, they have a lot to show for it when it comes to the health of their nation as well as their infrastructure. How can India take a leaf out of that?
Vinny, thank you for having me over. And I think this pulse spoke the truth, the pulse which you're speaking about, and the results speak for itself. The fact is that, we're talking about pollution, we're talking about health, and, this is extremely important for India. For the last few months, Delhi has been grappling with such a pure AQI, and AQI is something which everybody talks about nowadays across different cities, across different towns. It's not something which everybody is not aware of it. If you switch on your phone itself, you know what your AQI is. So I think that's going to be really important. The second thing is India as a country is so bullish about sustainability. It's so bullish about a green cover. So why not speak about, why should the budget not really focus on something as critical as this? Because I think the health matters, curbing pollution matters, and having a green cover matters, which also correlates to infrastructure, which also correlates to making sure you reach your place on time, making sure you travel quickly, and making sure there is certain momentum achieved in this. The government, what it really does, it starts off, but somehow it does not have the momentum to really finish it off quickly. I think what is really important here is people have spoken, because this has been an issue which has been going on for a long time in terms of pollution, in terms of AQI. I think your channel has covered it so much, and kudos to all of you at NewsX for bringing this up. But the real matter here is for the common man. I think this is also going to be really important, because like the age-old adage, health is wealth, and it just goes to show that the budget should really focus on this in terms of how are we going to curb it, what are the measures we're going to take, and correlate that to economic development. Because if you're not healthy as a country, if you're not healthy as a nation, it doesn't make any sense to be the fourth largest economy in the world. To talk about Viksit Bharat when the people around you are suffering from poor health, when they're dying around you, and and nothing can be done about it. So I think this is going to be really critical. This is going to be really crucial. And the fact of the matter is, the fact that we're speaking about it today on national television means this is so important, Vineet.
Dr. Bhattacharya is back with us. Dr. Bhattacharya, are you there with us? Okay, there still seems to be a problem with your connection, sir. Let me rope in Mr. M.K. Agarwal, senior economist, into this conversation now. Mr. Agarwal, what are your views on this, inclusive impetus that the government needs to create? Every year, the budget lays out plans for India to grow in various areas, in various segments. And India has grown. There is no denying that we have grown leaps and bounds. But there are areas which are of concern. There are challenges which seem to be insurmountable because of the repetitive nature of their existence. How do you think the government should cope with that?
Well, Vineet, I believe that as we are growing, as we are transforming ourselves a lot, definitely the aspiration of the people is increasing like anything, because now they are thinking in terms of the quality of life as well. Simultaneously, they want a lavish life for themselves, and they want that government should act on that. For example, if you are looking at the pollution that has come up a very significantly in your poll of the polls, why this pollution is there? A very simple thing I am underlining, that everyone who is driving in the city or outside, everyone wants that their AC is on, whatever be the weather. And similarly, so many other things. So largely, it is the people-driven pollution now. Parali is what? Parali is also people-driven. Whether you call the farmers, whether you call the car drivers, whatever it is. And what the government is doing. Government is going for clean and green energy. And their pace of transformation is too rapid. They are using the, rubbish things to build the roads so that it is again, environment friendly. There are so many things. For example, this seeds. Seeds are being developed so that it is climate resistant. So government is doing, but pollution, just like Swachhata Abhiyan, just like sex ratio improvement, it was possible because of the cooperation by the people. Now, with regard to the growth engine and inclusive growth strategy, the model has been transformed. Model has been transformed in the sense that unlike the Western model that depends upon the corporate growth alone, they damn care about, decentralized growth. So this government, for example, if you are looking at European Union FTA with us, what is there? Our export boost is through MSME route. So this is another type of inclusive growth strategy. And if we are doing infrastructure development is size neutral in terms of the economic status. So it is benefiting everyone. If rural roads are there, when Atal Bihari Vajpayee started this type of rural road project, and that has been saturated by Modi government like anything, what are the social and economic implications? The out migration is gradually, limiting itself. Number one, women empowerment has increased like anything. Moreover, in terms of hardship or weather adversities, it is very easy for the government to reach to their situation. So this way we find, and for example, this digital transformation, you can say digital kranti in India in terms of infrastructure, again it is size neutral. From a man who is getting just, you can say, Manrega money or anything like that, they are equally using it. Just like a corporate house, they are using this type of thing. So I believe now the system is transforming in such a manner that things are equally distributed, opportunities are equally available to all size groups. So that's why I say the growth now that has been initiated by Modi government, it is size neutral to a large extent. So this way I find, if you take the pollution on the one hand, and I'm giving you why Swachhata Abhiyan has been successful, not because of the government initiative alone. And if you remember what Prime Minister has said when he took a room for the first time, उन्होंने कहा कि सबको साथ लेना होगा, people should come forward, it should be made जन आंदोलन. Similarly, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, that was the beginning for improvement of the sex ratio in India. If you are looking at NHFS 5 data, you will find states like Gujarat, Punjab, Haryana, they have improved their sex ratio. In Uttar Pradesh, many districts which were having adverse sex ratio, it has improvement, and definitely government can provide security to the child, girls, women, like anything. But people are responding because they are having faith in the government's initiative. So it is ultimately, that's why I say this is the participatory model of development, unlike the Western model of development, that is government-led development, and Modi government has transformed. That's why you will find wonders. Similarly, if you are looking at the defense, in defense sector, what is there? Government has stopped the leakage of money by importing so much of, and they were not importing. Now, if they are producing domestically, the cost of production has been reduced like anything. So there are so many things in terms of efficiency, in terms of the timeline, in terms of the fixing the responsibilities. So there are so many things that has led to this type of transformation, and definitely pollution challenge would be resolved, but it will take some time, and people have to come forward on this path also.
All right. Well, Mithali, let's also talk about our GDP numbers. It's absolutely important to understand that the global trends at this point in time are pretty much against most modern nations and most modernized and developed nations. India has this huge opportunity to come on top. We have had dozens of FTAs which have been signed conclusively in the last few days. And that is perhaps a change which India did not want, but India needed. How is this going to in fact determine the next 5 years or until the next elections take place in India? And how do you think India can come atop and become very close to the way China was in the early 2000s when they were modernizing everything that they all are all about today?
Thanks a lot. So I think, even when I was looking at the results of the poll that NewsX did, I think GDP is almost, in the top 4 or 5 concerns that people have highlighted, because the GDP growth is almost like a barometer of the economy's health. It's like an outcome indicator that everyone understands and says, if our GDP is growing faster, if our GDP is growing in the right direction, if the right sectors are actually growing. I mean, it's not only that services are growing, but also that manufacturing is growing. Agriculture also should be growing and contributing to GDP. This is what people also understand, that, it means that our economy is doing well. Now, where are we on GDP growth? And I think that's always a question that gets kind of lost in the headlines, right? And I think yesterday the economic survey really brought it front and center, that in FY26 we will touch a 7.4% growth rate, makes India the fastest growing economy in the world for a decade. And that shows us, how far we've come as an economy. But at the same time, it was very crucial that the economic survey also talked about the geopolitical tensions and risks. Because at the end of the day, while this growth has been hard fought and hard won for India, because we came from a time when we were told that we can't trade with the US. We came from a time when we were told that we can't participate in the WTO because of certain subsidies that we had, etc., to today the export sector being nearly a fourth of our economy. So we've come a long way to this point, to upskill our manufacturing base and upskill the people in our agriculture base. But going forward, I think the economic survey has also given us some paths to resilience of that growth. And of course, agricultural exports are $100 billion opportunity that the survey spoke about, and said that, when you have these free trade agreements, the India EU free trade agreement, the India UK free trade agreement, future is, of course, there's the India Australia comprehensive economic partnership. When you look at all of these agreements, this is where the future lies, that these are markets that we can access. At the same time, for our economic resilience and to reach that turning point that China reached, one very important thing is to invest in the quality of our goods. We cannot be sending out goods or services, actually, which are subpar in quality and don't meet the compliance standards and quality standards that are required for export goods. And see, at the end of the day, this also gives an opportunity to enhance the quality for the domestic market. I mean, we always talk about things like export quality is better, that's something we've all grown up hearing. But why should that be the case? I mean, we should be producing for export quality, even for our domestic market, and we should be thinking about pricing, in a transparent manner, so that we can, improve our manufacturing sector.
You're quite right about that. But we have run out of time. There's so much to expect from the budget tomorrow, and so much to, in fact, unfold, considering that the GDP numbers, or the projection of the GDP numbers, is once again extremely in favor of India. Would like to thank all our guests for being a part of this conversation. We take a short break. Be right back.
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with the next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX.
Welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with the next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on NewsX.
Hello and welcome to the NewsX Sunday Guardian Roundtable. Well, with the budget around the corner, I think the focus really should be on the economy. And when we talk about the economy, I think we'll have to take into account the large number of imports from China. In fact, these have gone from a what is called a manageable level to a totally dangerous level, a level that is harming our own economy. What is the impact of that, and what can we do to fix it? Because a lot of it is to do with China's aggressive posturing, and of course India's stand, our own weak laws, our weak anti-dumping laws, our FTAs, our GST laws, the loopholes in those. How can we fix these things? Because this is affecting all the sectors, from petrochemicals to our cars, to our consumer goods, to everything is being affected by the Chinese goods which are literally being dumped onto our country. Joining me on the show today is, I have with me Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya. He is the president of the Center of Digital Economy Policy Research. Ashwani Mahajanji, he is the national convener Swadeshi Jagran Manch. And Professor Rajiv Arora, he is a former additional secretary of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and an international trade and policy expert. Jayajit, if I can just ask you to help us, tell us in a few words the nature of the problem, the dangerous levels that the Chinese imports are reaching into our country.
You know, as of now, the trade deficit between India and China has crossed $100 billion. Now, that just looks like a number, but $100 billion is almost half the size of the Pakistani economy. That is the trade deficit between India and China. What that essentially means is that there is tons of money actually moving from India into China because we are importing these products. So at an economic level, it's extremely dangerous. Second is, as we have seen during COVID, whenever China wants, they can switch off these products from being given from China to India. So they can switch off medicines, they can switch off things like PVC, which drives 29% of the economy in this country, and so on and so forth. Even recently, we have seen that they have decided to switch off rare earths from being sent, which means that our entire automobile industry comes to its knees, because they cannot get the rare earth, which is extremely critical for automobiles and multiple other sectors, including our BrahMos missiles, including the Akash Teen. All of them use rare earth metals. In addition, we have become the second largest mobile phone manufacturer that also needs critical minerals and rare earth. So just switching off something from China leaves us very, very vulnerable. Now, we all know that India and China does not really have the best of relationships. Even with countries where they have good relationships and where they had set up their factories inside China. Let's say Germany had set up one factory in China. During COVID, when they needed to take the output of that factory to Germany, China did not allow that, even from a German factory. So we are exposing ourselves to supply chain resilience issue, where instead of firing anything from China, they will simply switch off the supply chain and the entire country will be down on its knees. So that's a level of danger that we have got ourselves into.
And just before I go to the others, I think, there are, when I was having a conversation with you, there are 3 points where you can actually mark at the time when these imports from China rose.
Yes, in fact, 2017 was once when the imports from China shot up by about 25% in that year. Then again, that happened post-COVID, around 2020-21 onwards, again, another 25% jump. We are again seeing the jump happening now as we speak. There is a significant spike of imports happening from China. When we link back to what's happening to China in those 3 times, what was so different is that in 2017, Trump's first administration came into US and they immediately put tariffs against China. China was desperately looking for export markets and India seemed to open up its markets for China. Same happened after COVID. In 2020, China was hit by COVID and they needed export markets. The rest of the world was shutting down China and the exports of China into India kind of galloped. From August 2020 till April 2022, 61% of the DGTR recommendations on anti-dumping duty on Chinese products were rejected as part of the government process. What anti-dumping duty essentially means is that if somebody is selling goods at prices which are unfair and too low, then the government steps in to safeguard the Indian industry. The same is happening now. 85% of the anti-dumping duties recommended by DGTR. DGTR is the agency in the government which does the investigation to see if there's dumping happening. They have been rejected as of now. So therefore, there is a spike that we see in the imports from China. This is impacting the capacities within the country. So in the olden days, what you would see is that, let's say there's Russia-Ukraine war that's going on. Russia is bombing the Ukrainian factories. Ukraine is trying to bomb the Russian factories. That was a war of the past. Now what's happening is that you simply reduce the price so that the factories in this country becomes uncompetitive, and you don't need to put a bomb, the factories close down without putting a bomb. So that's bombing of the factories using pricing as a weapon. And that's where things like anti-dumping duty, the union budget that's coming in, where it'll declare basic custom duties, which the Americans call as tariff. Those are safeguards and measures that ensure that there's a level playing field between Indian manufacturers and that our capacities are safeguarded.
Very well explained. Ashwini ji, so it's really an economic war that is going on between India and China. And this at a time, when we are talking about Atmanirbharta, Swadeshi. So this, how does India protect itself? Kya kar sakte hain?
You see, all these years, the government has been making efforts. First, Prime Minister Modi talked about Make in India. Then in 2020, during COVID, we called for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and now from the Red Fort itself, Prime Minister Modi is calling for Swadeshi. I think the intent is correct, but the problem lies in the details and in terms of the policies. We at Swadeshi Jagar Manch conducted a research about how to stop Chinese imports, and we in fact chose certain variables like anti-dumping duties, and we found out that anti-dumping duties are not at all effective. 40% of the anti-dumping duties are not effective even during the period in which it is imposed, and later on, after a year or so, after a gap, they adjust themselves. Like if you put anti-dumping duty on an product and nth product, so they will bring it in n-1 product. So
they will reduce that cost or add.
No, not that. They will send you the product which is not nth one, the n-1, like the earlier processed, and they send it to you. It will not catch the anti-dumping duty. So, our conclusion is that the only way we can do it is by imposing tariffs, and we have seen in 2017-18. Swadeshi Jagar Manch organized a big movement against Chinese, and in 2017 September we organized a big rally. That was the first time, and I think the only time, a rally is organized in Ramlila Maidan in Delhi, lakhs of people coming in, and then in 2018 budget, in February, then Finance Minister Arun Jaitley imposed tariffs on a few products. He raised tariffs from 10% to 20% for electronics and telecom. Ajit would remember. And then later on in July and August and then September, again the tariffs were imposed on different other products. So in just 1 year, we found that the electronic imports declined from $28 billion to $18 billion, and the deficit which we are talking about declined from $63 billion to $53 billion. So in just 1 year, this could happen. So the government could have taken clue from there that yes, the raising of tariffs is the solution, and many of the Chinese factories, they started coming into India and started making mobile phones, and we know the the famous case of India being the net importer of smartphones, becoming a net exporter of smartphones. But I think we have not taken due lessons from what we could achieve during that period. And now what I feel is that there is a disconnect between departments in the government. One department is suggesting because the anti-dumping duties are suggested by the Commerce Ministry, and DGTR coming under the Commerce Ministry, and the Finance Ministry is to implement it. So they feel, we are the government and we have to put a face before the world, we are imposing too many anti-dumping duties. But we must understand that the whole world is doing that. And anti-dumping duties, though they are not very successful, but still
it sends a message.
It sends a message, and whole world is adopting those measures. And I must tell you that anti-dumping duty is not the only measure. Tariffs, as I've just suggested, but there are many non-tariff barriers which are WTO compliant. And anti-dumping duties are also WTO compliant, and there are many measures which are WTO compliant. And even raising of tariffs is also WTO compliant, because we can impose up to 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So we can raise our tariffs by 8 times. So nobody can stop us, because it is all WTO compliant. But we can impose various other measures also. Like US has been imposing 6,500, more than that, non-tariff barriers. They are different kinds of measures.
I'll bring in Professor Arora also quickly, and then we'll go into, I wanted to come to what US and EU are doing, but let me just first get him on to the issues that have been raised by the other panelists. Is anti-dumping duties are not good enough? Should we raise tariffs? What is your take?
Well, I just agree with both the panelists about the concerns and the challenges we have on this the imports rising from China and our inability to curb it the way we are looking forward to. In fact, I would like to recall a meeting we had in 2019. That was a stakeholder consultation done by the Ministry of Commerce. The Commerce Minister did that. And the agenda at that point of time was that we should have a unified approach to curb these kind of practices. That unified approach was that it should be a kind of an optimum mix of both tariff and non-tariff measures which can actually curb the imports. In fact, anti-dumping, countervailing duty and safeguards, these are supposed to be the trade remedies we agreed for all this in WTO. In fact, most of the developing countries, including India, as a proponent, we said that we need all this because unfair trade is something which will not go along with the process of deep globalization. So we must have these kind of safety nets for developing countries, and we have been using it. There have been challenges that we have abused at many times. We have been a significant user of these instruments, but that has just been an use, not an abuse, because of a wide market. The diversified market full of MSMEs and various diversified industries, products, geographical regions. So we have been rightly using it. But the challenges have been coming in terms of its efficacy. Like from China, suppose we impose something and suddenly we find after 1 year there has been a dilution of the whole protectionist regime because of the processes of circumvention or absorption of the duty. And for that, again, we have laws which we have gotten into our anti-dumping rules. 2012, we got the anti-circumvention rules, and then later on in 2019 and 20, we got the anti-absorption rules also in our in our act, in our customs tariff act, and also under the anti-dumping rules. So they have been working well, I would say, but the exporters are more smarter, I would say, than the policy makers, because we find one way to plug it and they find another way to circumvent the whole duty.
Okay.
So these are some of the challenges, but yes, a unified approach of a right mix will be a right kind of a strategy to actually address this kind of unfair trade.
I'm going to take a break and come back and delve a little deeper into this problem as to what else can we do about it and how serious is the problem. So stay with us.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
Hello and welcome back to the NewsX Sunday Guardian Roundtable. As the budget approaches, we are taking a look at the danger the economy is facing from the rising imports from China. And in fact, Dr. Bhattacharya, we spoke a bit about what the rules are in place and how if they're not really doing the job. But there's also something called quality control orders that were introduced, I think, to prevent substandard goods from coming in. And these have been revoked. So what, can you tell us a bit about that?
Sure. What quality control order does is basically it ensures that there's good quality products coming into India. As simple as a pressure cooker. Do we want imported pressure cooker to come in without mandatory quality control? Well, no. I mean, it can burst on our face. And so similarly, there are many other things which are important. For example, if you don't have the right kind of PVC, then there will be carcinogenic material going through the PVC, and PVC is all over the place. Your drinking water flows through PVC, agricultural pipes, the water goes through PVC. And when these carcinogens go through it, it accumulates in the vegetables. We eat the vegetables, it accumulates into us, and it leads to the very unfortunate outcomes. And therefore, quality control is important. Also, it is important because it provides a level playing field. What happens is that poor quality material is pushed into the Indian economy. Our existing capacities cannot compete because they're producing better quality, so the cost is higher. By the time people react to that situation, these companies would have shut down because the poorer quality, cheaper product would have come and finished them off. Now, are we saying that therefore we should have quality control because we are protectionist? Protectionist is a much abused word. We are trying to safeguard our industries. If you provide a level playing field to Indian companies, the rest of the world will be scared of Indian companies' competitiveness. Indian companies have been extremely competitive to the extent that you see European Union was not allowing Indian imports to happen, which is why we need to have a trade deal with EU to bring down the tariffs. If you look at China, Indian products are just not allowed into India, into China. They have put huge amount of trade barriers to Indian products getting into China, which is why it's just a one-way flow. It's like a valve. You can get from China into India, but not the other way around. And therefore, QCOs were put in to address this issue that poorer quality stuff, or as we call it, the Chinese quality stuff should not come into India. We are a better economy.
Synonymous with poor quality.
But what happened thereafter is that data was given to a high-level committee, which showed that post-introduction of QCO, the prices of things like inputs to the textile industry has gone up by 20 to 30%. Those were the inputs given in that report, and it's published. However, if we compare the data from the Ministry of Commerce site called the TradeStat data with what has been stated in that report, they don't match. The prices did not go up. In fact, in most goods, the price actually came down because the global prices came down. And wherever the Indian prices went up in a few of the products, they were still lower than the global prices. So the basis of removing the QCO was little controversial in that sense. We do need to have quality control in place. In some cases, the QCOs were put in a manner which was which was a bit high-handed. And so those had to be fine-tuned. But it's a typical case of throwing the baby with the bathwater. What you need to fix, instead of fixing that, we threw away the whole thing, which has now again exposed the Indian manufacturers to poor quality imports coming in, and it seeps through. You bring in the poor quality raw material. The MSMEs do not have the ability to test whether that raw material is good or bad because testing equipments are expensive. They will put it into their end products. And it is not like Western economies where they put in the check only on the end products. You can't do that in India because you don't have the MSMEs do not have the ability to test. Also, the Western countries have environmental laws. For example, Europe has got REACH as an environmental law, under which they do not allow raw materials which do not follow these standards to come in. Right? So it's not under the industrial laws, but it's under the environment laws. And we seem to be looking at only the industrial laws and not the environmental laws. And therefore, we have kind of blocked QCOs, which is the quality control orders, which is mandatory quality being put into the imports at abeyance. That seems to be harming the industry. And therefore, we also see a spike in imports from China again, because they're the masters of poorer quality, although their quality is improving now. But, the spearhead is, tell me a price and I'll send the material to you because I will then reduce the quality.
Correct. Fair enough. But what are the sectors that you are worried about? Whether it's the petrochemical sector, the textile sector now, are we India is becoming the tailor shop of the world?
Before I answer your question, I would add to what Jajitji was talking about. In fact, I will give you an example of a particular product on which the QCO has been imposed, and the increase in the price what will happen. See, earlier to QCO, there was a 5% anti-dumping duty on viscose staple fiber. This is a raw material for textile industry. And we found out that in a garment of equivalent to value of 1,000 rupees, the total cost of textile is around 100 rupees. Rest is, other costs. That 100 rupees, if you impose 5% anti-dumping duty, or whether the QCO has been imposed and the increase in price is around 5%. So it would be hardly, we found out that the increase in the price would be hardly 2 rupees 60 paisa, something like that, because of that material. So, and in a price of 1,000 rupees, if 2 rupees 60 paisa is added, and with that you become Atmanirbhar, self-reliant in that particular product, that itself speaks tons about the legitimacy of the QCO or the legitimacy of the anti-dumping duty, because it is going to give you the self-reliance. Similarly, I give you an example in APIs. Chinese deliberately killed our API industry by sending their APIs at a ridiculously low prices. And what happened, Jajitji may be diplomatic in saying that, whether it is good or bad, but or this is a WTO compliant, and it's fine. What I'm saying is I accept it, and that the QCOs should also be used as measures to control imports. It's not just about the quality; it is also to reduce our dependence on Chinese. You see what happened because of the dumping by China. In the earlier days, we used to produce 90% of the APIs, the raw material for our pharmaceutical industry ourselves, because of the dumping by China, and ultimately our industry was killed, and we were reduced to 10%. We were producing hardly 10% of the APIs, and 90% we were dependent on China. In the beginning, also, Jajitji was saying that if China so decides, they can stop our industry. So this is a weaponization. So to to come out of that, to save ourselves from other countries weaponizing the supply of raw materials or critical minerals or whatever, we have to be self-reliant. And हमें कुछ शर्माने की जरूरत नहीं है कि हम ये कर रहे हैं. So हमें कुछ शर्माने की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें अपने देश को बचाना है. And therefore imposing and QCOs, you see, if we are imposing QCOs, we are stopping cheaper footwears coming from China to safeguard our footwear industry. We have to put QCOs on e-rickshaws to safeguard our e-rickshaw industry. We have to put QCOs on the chemicals to safeguard our chemical industry. So after all, the whole world is talking about becoming self-reliant, reducing dependence on others, coming out of the weaponization, stopping weaponization. So what is all this? So why we should be saints in our country? So we have to. And now you were asking about I think the whole of the economy needs to be worried about, because you name the sector where we are not dependent on China. So we are getting dependent on China on chemicals, both organic, inorganic, electronics, telecoms, what not. So we have to adopt a all-encompassing approach, and to whatever, not only QCOs, we must go and study the measures being adopted by China, measures being adopted by US, measures being adopted by other countries, how they are trying to safeguard their industries, how they are imposing the non-tariff measures. So we should not be very shy of adopting these measures.
Well, I think we, as very rightly Dr. Ashwini mentioned about, Dr. Mahajan mentioned about the kind of things we need to do, there are two things which come to my mind, and we should use them. They are fully WTO compatible. The first one is, we have now an interministerial group set up for increasing imports from China. Now this group monitors as to what's happening on a day-to-day basis, weekly basis about the imports from China. We have a provision of a suo motu investigation which can be done in anti-dumping. It can even be done in CVD cases, even for safeguards. So the moment we get that kind of an alert, without waiting for the applicant domestic industry to file a petition, let's go quickly and initiate an investigation. Later on, the merits have to be taken from the industry data, and then we proceed. It's fully WTO compliant. We have used this way back in 90s also, when things were bad with China, specifically with China, and it showed us the results. So we can actually use that. The other thing is that we were too much dependent on one type of tool, that is anti-dumping for the dumping countries. Whereas US has a number of cases done on anti-subsidy for China, and China, we know, gives a lot of subsidies. But we are doing less of subsidy cases because of the complexity of data and the cumbersome analysis we need to do. And the other strategic and the policy issue is that we have a rule which is a WTO plus rule of imposing a lesser of the required duty than the extent of dumping or subsidy. We try to find out what is the level of injury our industry is facing, and then we limit it. We limit it to the lower level because we believe that we should not create overheating in the economy. That's something which we have actually adopted for ourselves. WTO doesn't impose that on us. The EU, along with us, did the same thing at the time of joining WTO. But later on, looking at the non-market principles being adopted by China, they shifted over from the lesser duty rule with respect to the non-market economies, and we are still not done it. If we do it, we then have the option of greater use of anti-subsidy action along with anti-dumping action only in cases where it warrants, where there is a non-market economy principle coming in, that's majority for China. And then we can be more effective, we can prevent that kind of a thing. So these two things, if we do, fully WTO compliant, probably we can add something more to our efficacy of the anti-dumping system.
Some solutions here, but
तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I'll go to Advocate Mahesh Agarwal for his comment on the same issue.
So I would say that when this whole concept of ARCs was conceptualized, it was a very bona fide idea that so far as banks are concerned, they should concentrate on lending. They should concentrate on industry building. And in case there is a bad debt or there is a bad promoter or they're not able to recover, give it to ARC. And ARCs are better equipped to either reconstruct or recover. So it was kind of an